Alrighty, so I want to thank everyone for joining us today for our third annual Diversity and Inclusion event, Equity and Inclusion for All. We are thrilled to have you all be here with us today, and we are excited about the sessions that we have to share with you. First up, though, I want to give a huge, big thank you to all of our sponsors. We couldn't host events like this without you. And a special shout out to Kutak Rock, our platinum sponsor, for stepping up. They have been with us every year that we have done this, and they are always happy to step up and support events like this. And also a shout out to our newest sponsor, Great Plains Reporting. They've been a great partner of NePA's for the past year, and we want to thank them for their enthusiastic support that they have offered us for both NePA and the legal community as a whole here in Nebraska. A few housekeeping items that we want to mention. Please keep your video turned off during the presentation as well as your microphone muted. We do encourage you to ask questions throughout the presentation. Please put those in the chat and the moderators will make sure that we get those asked when it is appropriate. Today's event has been approved for 4 hours of CLE for both paralegals and attorneys. Dave Summers will handle that for the attorneys, and the Nebraska Paralegal Association will handle that for the paralegals. With that, thank you again for joining us today. Let's get started. Scott Moore comes to us from Baird Holm, and we're excited to have him present our keynote, Barriers Hidden in Plain Sight, How to Achieve Meaningful Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities. So thanks for being with us today, Scott, and it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Amber. And I want to thank NePA for asking me to speak today. Glad I have the opportunity to spend some time with y'all. Wish we were in person, as always. But in this COVID or post-COVID world that we're in, I realize we have to do this virtually. And I think we can have some fun here and hopefully talk about some effective issues. So let me share with you my slideshow here. Okay, so I come from this in a very unique perspective. Not only have I practiced in the area of disability rights, disability law for my entire career, which is over 25 years now, as a person with a severe disability myself using a wheelchair, I have some different perspectives, I think, both from a legal perspective, from an inclusion perspective, and I hope some of my personal experiences that I'll share with you today help enlighten or inform you a little bit as we go forward. My life personally changed drastically on November 21st of 1987. I was a freshman in college. I was running cross country for then Kearney State, now UNK. I'm sure we have some people young here that had never even maybe heard of Kearney State, but UNK was Kearney State before. And on the morning of November 21st of 1987, I woke up without any disabilities, very fit college athlete at that time, and went on my merry way that Saturday. Later that evening, as a freshman in college and as an 18-year-old, I made some bad decisions. I was drinking with some friends of mine, and we got into a car. And we were out driving, and the driver was drunk. And we got in an accident, and the car rolled 10 times. I flew out the back window and was laying there in a farm field somewhere in the middle of Nebraska around Kearney with a broken back, 5 broken ribs, a ruptured spleen, a contusion over my eye, and many other bumps and bruises. As a result of that accident, my spinal cord was severed and I became a paraplegic. So overnight, I became a person with a disability. You know, we talk about protected classes under the law. Overnight, I became a part of a protected class. Isolated from my friends, from my family, had never been around anybody who had a disability before. Was really isolating and lonely moment for me, along with a lot of other emotions. But I was very fortunate that I had a great support system, had a great family, had great friends, and I was able to get back into my life as normally as I could, as quickly as possible. And that included going back to college that spring of 1988 and finding that my life had changed drastically, well beyond what I thought it would. Now you have to imagine 1988, that was before the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It was before the passage of the Fair Housing Act disability protections. There were some protections out there under the Rehabilitation Act, but quite frankly, they were overlooked. So I came back to a college campus that was very inaccessible, housing that was very inaccessible, and finding and navigating my way around that was extremely difficult. Where we've come since that day until today with regard to disability rights and disability inclusion has been tremendous, but there's still a long ways to go. And my personal experience, both not having a disability and then having a disability overnight, has really made me look at things differently, and I think helped me appreciate some things both from a legal perspective and a personal perspective that I'd like to share with you today. You know, one question I think we don't talk about enough is who is a person with a disability? A person with a disability sort of depends on the perspective of whomever you're talking to. In the legal realm, the definition of disability has a variety of different definitions. And on top of that, it has a variety of different definitions within different acts. A disability under the ADA is different than a disability under the Fair Housing Act. Is it different than a disability under the Social Security Act? But what I want to talk about today are disabilities and how we can be more inclusive regardless of the definition of disability that you apply. All the people on the screen right now in entertainment, education, people that we know have disabilities. Some very obvious, some not so obvious, some with what some people refer to as hidden disabilities, that we would never know that person has a disability unless, number one, we interact with them, or number two, we find ourselves in a situation where we're working or need to do something that may be accommodating to that person. One of the things that has been really informative to me that I've seen throughout my life is that when I meet someone new, a new friend, and I begin to spend time around them, and they haven't been around people with disabilities, it's crazy to look at the learning curve. That is, when they're with me, they see things, and I shouldn't even say see things, they notice things that they didn't notice before. They notice a lack of accessibility. They notice the different ways and that people communicate with me, both good and bad. They see things through my lens that they haven't seen before, and that exposure gives them a greater appreciation for the barriers that I would face on a day-to-day basis, and quite frankly, more generally, the barriers that people with disabilities face. But not all of us have that opportunity to spend that sort of close or intimate time with the person with the disability. We have to try to educate ourselves, try to put ourselves in that position to understand people with disabilities if we are going to move forward and have a more inclusive environment for people. I think that is no more evident than in this slide right here. I would imagine if you ask people, well, which one of these individuals has a disability, the focus would always be on Franklin Roosevelt. Franklin Roosevelt himself had a disability, a physical disability, which he attempted to hide, right? He had to hide. He was advised to hide because that would be a detriment to him politically. That would be a detriment to him being elected to office. And we'll talk about that and where we've come from that in a little bit. But perhaps President Roosevelt wasn't the only one, or perhaps President Roosevelt wasn't the person with the most severe disability in this picture. Because disabilities come in a temporary or permanent way. Disabilities can be invisible or visible. You're born with it, you acquire it like I did. But here, when we look at Winston Churchill, he suffered severe, debilitating depression and anxiety. He was once quoted as saying, "I don't like standing near the edge of a platform when an express train is passing through. I like to stand right back and if possible, get a pillar between me and the train. I don't like to stand by the side of a ship and look down into the water. A second's action would end everything. A few drops of desperation." His hidden psychiatric mental disability was perhaps more disabling than even Franklin Delano Roosevelt's physical disability. And that these are the thoughts that he had from time to time of desperation, of depression, of taking his own life. And clearly, as we know, that can be just as, if not more debilitating than a physical disability, which is tangible, that we can see, that we can touch. And I think we struggle with that, right? We struggle with the fact that, if you can see it, if you can touch it, if you can experience it, it's much easier to understand and accept it. I've often said that my disability makes it easy. I can't hide my disability. I get around in a wheelchair. You see my wheelchair. You know I have a disability. There's no hiding my disability. But in a way, it's freeing. It's freeing because I have to deal with that. I don't have to hide it. I cannot hide it, and I have to deal with it. But people understand it. They can equate a lack of a curb cut or a narrow door with interfering with my access. It's not so easy with a person with a hidden disability because it's hard to understand because we can't see it. We can't feel it. We can't touch it. So it takes an understanding. It takes an education more so to understand those disabilities. And that's very important when we're talking about inclusion. In addition to understanding disability, I think we need to understand the severe underemployment and under-inclusion of persons with disabilities. According to the 2010 census, 19% of our population in this country are people who have disabilities. 10% of working age people have disabilities. Yet the full-time employment rate of this group is only 21.6%. So let's invert that. That means of the 10% of the working population of this country who have disabilities, okay, 79.4% are unemployed, do not have full-time employment. That's on an order of magnitude that sometimes is very hard for me to comprehend. This underemployed population of people that we have with disabilities, who, quite frankly, not only helping themselves, would be such a benefit to this country to be employed. But this raises some other questions. And one of those questions is the why. And we can talk ad nauseum about some of the systemic problems that we have, that we need to remedy in the structure of benefits and the structure of other things. But what I want to talk to you today is about overcoming the stereotypes, overcoming those artificial barriers that are out there that get in the way of inclusion. Not about the bigger policy issues, again, that we could talk about ad nauseum. But we have to recognize that there is a serious problem of underemploying and under-including people with disabilities still in the mainstream of our country. So I think it's important to look at disability inclusion from an historic point of view and how we've evolved. At the turn, even at the turn of the century, the early 20th century, not this last century, but the turn of the century before that, disability throughout the 1900s was looked at drastically different than it's looked at today, at least expressly. Here's an example of an ordinance of a city in the early 1900s that said no person who is diseased, maimed, mutilated, or in any way deformed so as to be unsightly or disgusting object or improper person to be allowed in or on the public ways or other public places in the city shall therein or thereon expose himself to public view under the penalty of not less than $1 nor more than $50 for each offense. An ordinance that prohibited people with disabilities from even exposing themselves in public. Okay. There's no doubt that this was invidious discrimination. We don't want to see you. You are not part of our society, our community, pushing us away from them. There was also a big eugenics movement, right? And quite frankly, this still exists today at a certain level. And that is, what is the inherent value of someone who has a disability? And should we make decisions based upon that? The eugenics argument was no, right? We want to try to weed out people with disabilities. They don't have the right to be part of our society because they're defective. And that thread still, I think, is present today, not expressly as much, but it's present today. If we think about choices people make with regard to whether they're going to have a baby with a disability, it's still present. And it's still something we need to talk about that's not talked about enough. But it's always an interesting balance for me, because if someone came to me and said, Scott, you could take a pill today, you would be perfectly healthy, your disability would go away, would I take that pill? Of course I'd take that pill. Now, if someone offered a time machine that I go back in my life to that day on November 21st, 1987, and you do that, Scott, you won't have your disability, but we can't guarantee what your life is going to be, I'm not going to take that route. I would never risk not having my wife, not having my children, not having my career, not having my friends, and the great life I have to go back and do it again. But I would take that pill to eliminate my disability. So there's some friction there when we think about it, right? I'm proud to be a person with a disability, but it's also a limitation. It's also hard. It also raises health issues that I don't want. And those things go out, you know, that's a stream. That's something we need to think about. So out of that, technically, there have been four historical or social models of disability. We just talked about the moral model, right? Disability is a product of sin and brings shame, right? That's not a model that's followed anymore. I would hope, anyway, that people don't view it that way, that somehow God has given you this disability because you're sinful. I guess you never know these days, but I would hope that's not the case. The medical model, which is still alive and well, disability is a sickness. It's an impairment that must be cured, must be treated. The rehabilitation model, disability is a deficiency that's not fixed from the person with disability perspective, but in a rehabilitation way, okay? How can we do things to rehabilitate you to put you in a position to work? And the disability model. And the disability model is the barriers we see, the discrimination we see, the non-inclusion that we see is not a product of a person having a disability, but it's a product of architectural and social barriers that we have created. We decide we want to have steps rather than a ramp, right? We decide what's beautiful and what's not beautiful, and you don't fit into that category. We decide what this job looks like or what this community looks like. And then you should try to fit in. Those are artificial barriers that are not created because I have a disability, but it's the model that's been set up. And the disability model pushes to change those barriers, change the landscape, so it's inclusive for all, not just people without disabilities. Now, each of these models have a purpose, except the moral model that we talked about. The medical model, the rehabilitation model, the disability model, all of these have a purpose, sometimes conflicting, but for the most part legitimate. Certainly the medical model is legitimate. Medical treatment to decrease pain, allow more physical and mental freedom through medical care, through scientific breakthroughs, is obviously a legitimate purpose. The rehabilitation model, work with the person to retrain them or train them to give them more opportunities to do something different than they were before their disability because they can't do the same thing because of their disability. And certainly the disability model, removing barriers, creating freedom, creating opportunities is important. But I want you to think about something here. And we'll talk about this a little later when we talk about legal framework. And Sara certainly will talk about this later on when she's talking about the ADA, when we talk about reasonable accommodation. But I think there's an assumption that when we're deciding whether someone needs a reasonable accommodation in their life, who do we think is the authority to verify whether they need an accommodation? Who do we go to first? Well, you need to provide a note from your doctor. If you provide documentation from your treating provider, then we'll be able to provide this accommodation. Right? That's our default. And that may be legitimate. But I'm here to tell you, it is not the only and absolute means. Because if you ask my treating providers about my physical condition, they'd be able to tell you about it. But if you ask them how I live my life every day, what accommodations I may need to live in my personal and professional life, they would have no idea. Right? Because they're not with me every day. They don't see how I live my life. Yes, they treat me, but I think we need to step back and think about, okay, when we're working with people with disabilities, our default shouldn't be, well, what does your doctor say? Right? Our default first should be, let's interact with this person and find out what they need or what they think they need first, because they're in the best position to know what they may need. Out of these models, certainly out of the disability model, came an advocacy movement. And we see different types of advocacy movements throughout history. And most of those advocacy movements have kind of sparked when we've returned or finished a war. And you can trace this and go back to World War I, and then after World War II, and then after the Korean War, and then especially after the Vietnam War, we see shifts. And why do we see that? Well, one of the reasons we see that is obviously when we go to war, people end up with many more physical and mental disabilities, right? Our understanding of post-traumatic stress disorder has come primarily from returning veterans, returning people who served our country in the war. Physical disabilities. In World War I, very few people survived. In World War II, after the advent of penicillin and some other issues, people survived and had disabilities. After the Vietnam War, again, advances in medical care helped people with disabilities survive that war, but came back with disabilities. and this certainly is true in Iraq and Afghanistan, and now that our medical care has helped us live longer and survive some of that trauma, but it comes with disability. And certainly as a country, we've recognized, and we hope to continue to recognize and should do better to recognize our returning soldiers, those men and women that have served us and have disabilities. So they have the clout to make change because they deserve that recognition. So we saw that change. The biggest change in 1973 was the passage of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Later, we had the Fair Housing Act and ADA, as I'll talk about in a minute. But all of this came through advocacy. I'm going to talk about disability laws briefly today because we can't talk about inclusion without talking about these laws. But I think we need to look at discrimination through a different lens. Certainly, invidious intentional discrimination against persons with disabilities still exists. But behind disability laws, Congress, and I think the community recognizes, it's not just invidious discrimination out there that led to inequality and the lack of inclusion of persons with disabilities. Paternalism, thoughtlessness, dismissiveness. All of those traits and all of that conduct that was motivated by those three areas has led to exclusion. When you build a building, not thinking about access. When you adopt a policy, not thinking about, well, if I have this policy, this will exclude this number of people. If I really don't look at what's required for the job and I just assume something's required for the job because we've always done it that way, and that excludes someone with a disability, that's what these laws were meant to focus on. And out of that came concepts like reasonable accommodation, barrier removal, accessibility standards that we'll talk about. But as I said before, when I talked about when I meet a new person and they go around with me and they experience what I experience, their eyes open, that's part of that. Understanding that to be able to incorporate that in your community, in your workplace, to be able to make change. So let's talk about accessibility first. And granted, you know, I'm speaking for myself as a person with a disability, having interacted with people with disabilities all my life, but I'm still very limited in my understanding, right? I understand my framework. I understand physical disabilities, but I certainly don't have the appreciation of a psychiatric impairment or a mental impairment or a more serious physical disability that someone has. I try to understand it. I've learned, I've done those things. So what I'll share with you today, what I understand, but certainly I'm aware that I'm going to have a certain level of lack of awareness of what some people experience. And that's why I challenge myself and I challenge you to learn more and more. But let's talk about accessibility, because accessibility is inclusion. Accessibility is inclusion. Let's talk about housing first. The Fair Housing Act was amended in 1988 to include protections for people with disabilities. This was the first time that outside of federally funded housing, there were any protections for people with disabilities in housing from a federal level. Now there's reasonable accommodation provisions, reasonable modification provisions, but I want to focus first on accessibility. Under the Fair Housing Act, all newly designed multifamily residential housing, which includes housing with buildings of 4 or more units, that is built after March 13th of 1991 must have limited accessibility. Let's think about that for a minute. It's got to be brand new after March 13th of 1991. This doesn't apply to anything before that. It's got to have a building with at least 4 units. So it's got to have 4 plexes or more to even be covered. So look, maybe you're by a window. Look at your window. Do you see any neighborhoods around you? I mean, unless you're downtown, if you have a residential neighborhood by you, most of what you see out there is inaccessible, didn't need to be accessible, and never will be accessible. Single family detached homes, duplexes, triplexes, there are no requirements for accessibility for that type of housing. Which means even if you completely comply with the Fair Housing Act and meet it to a T, the vast majority of housing in the United States is inaccessible. Inaccessible. Now, I was fortunate to get a good job and be able to buy a detached single family home and had the funds to make it to a level of accessibility I need. But certainly if I was a person of limited income or even decent income, finding accessible housing outside of that multifamily environment is extremely difficult. And it doesn't just limit people in their ability to live there, it limits them in the ability to visit there. When's the last time you had a friend or family member over to your house for dinner? Okay. Could you do that readily with a person with a disability who needs access? I know for a fact that people likely don't approach me to come over for dinner. And maybe just because I have a horrible personality, I don't know. But my guess is sometimes it happens because their house isn't accessible and they don't even want to broach the subject with me. Ugh. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to do that. So that is exclusion, folks. That's exclusion. Not only based upon the accessibility or lack thereof, but not coming to me to talk to me to say, hey, I'd like to have you over. Is there a way we can do it? Okay. But we have to understand that the law is only going to go so far. And this is the best example of the law only going so far. When you have the vast majority of housing out there that's inaccessible, we're going to have to figure out other ways to get around those barriers if we want to be inclusive. Now, the ADA, no doubt in my lifetime, I was born in 1969. In my lifetime, the most comprehensive civil rights law passed in my lifetime literally has changed the landscape of our country. But the ADA was a very comprehensive statute that focused on full accessibility, applying to just about every public accommodation or commercial facility out there, intricately interwoven into local building codes. So we see things like restaurants and hotels and public accommodations and schools and government buildings fully accessible for persons with disabilities for their participation. Section 504, I'll just touch on that briefly. What that says is for programs receiving federal financial assistance, you cannot exclude qualified persons with disabilities. So it applies in the federal funding context, and I don't want to spend too much time today. But I do want to talk about Title III of the ADA. Because if you're working in an office, If you work somewhere where you have clients or customers that visit you, if you have clients that have public accommodations, there's some basic things they need to understand. Number one is, if you're building a new building, you're going to have to make that accessible. That's going to be in the building codes. Your architect should understand that. Don't want to spend too much time on that. If you're making major alterations to your buildings, the same thing applies. But I want to talk about this third category, barrier removal. So perhaps some of you saw some articles or you were involved in cases that I would say a couple of years back, 2 to 4 years back, I was involved with a lot of them, where there was one individual or a couple individuals who were filing dozens of ADA claims against restaurants and stores and gas stations across the city of Holm. And the claim was that your facilities aren't accessible because you did not engage in what's called barrier removal. What's barrier removal? Well, what barrier removal means is, if I have the law was passed and became effective, the ADA became effective in January of 1992. So if I had a building as of January of 1992, I didn't have to go in and tear it down and build it new and make it completely compliant with the ADA. Okay. Congress recognized that's existing construction. There are costs, maybe prohibitive costs, to making it fully accessible. So we're not going to make you, first day the law becomes effective, make it fully compliant with the ADA. However, you are required as that building owner, or if you're operating a public accommodation like a restaurant or a movie theater or a hotel or something like that, to survey your property to see if there are architectural barriers. What parts of your building don't comply with the ADA, and remove those barriers if it's readily achievable. Okay, so in other words, if I have a building in 1993 and there was no accessible parking, no curb cut, a couple steps up into it, then barrier removal would be striping an accessible parking space, putting the sign up, cutting a curb, and ramping those steps. So now we are in 2017-18, and this person who had a disability was going around the city of Omaha saying, hey, you know, we're ways out, right? Almost 30 years out from the ADA effective date, and you're still not removing those barriers. So they filed a bunch of lawsuits. Now, you can debate over the legal merit of those. You can debate over whether, you know, you can do that in a different way. Can you give the business owners notice and allow them to correct rather than suing them? You can debate what the motive was of the person filing the lawsuits and the lawyer, whether it was just to get money. But what you can't debate is, many times those buildings were not in compliance with the ADA. And now the parking, the access aisles, those things are in compliance. We hear this a lot. I didn't know. I didn't know I was supposed to remove barriers. I didn't know. I thought I was grandfathered in. That goes to the purpose of why these laws were passed. Thoughtlessness, right? You don't think about it. It's not my fault. I didn't know. Does that change whether someone can access the building or not? No, it doesn't. Or, I painted it blue. I put up a sign. What more do they want? Okay. I'm not saying that a cross slope that is 2.5% as compared to 2% makes it inaccessible. Okay, I'm not saying that. But there are some things where, again, if you don't experience what a person with a disability experiences, you may not understand the impact. And I want to share with you briefly a video about parking that I think, very short video, okay, I just wanted to briefly share that with you to show you that putting blue paint on the ground and putting a sign up is not enough. I still go to places all the time where there's no access aisle in the accessible spots. Why is the access aisle important? Because if I don't have an access aisle, I can't get my chair out like that person did. I need to swing my door entirely open and have that area there so I can get my chair out, transfer in, and get out. Right? So people, again, right now, I could probably list out 5 places that I've been to in the last week that didn't have compliant parking. Now I know those people don't want to discourage me from coming to their business. It's just thoughtlessness, not thinking about those things. And that's where accessibility comes in. But beyond accessibility, there are other issues. Policies, practices, services, right? In many ways, accessibility is one of the easiest things to deal with. What's not easy to deal with are, well, what if I have a policy or a practice or service that on its face is equally applicable, but someone needs an exception, a reasonable accommodation, a reasonable modification? And we see this a lot. A lot of what we've seen recently is with animals. Okay. Someone has a psychiatric or mental disorder or some other disorder that an animal with them will help them, will assist them, like this person guiding the blind, or emotional support animals. And I don't want to get into the, you can debate, the fraud aspect of it. I'm going to set that aside. Okay. There is fraud out there. There's no question about that. That's very frustrating as a person with a disability, but there are some people who do need animals because of their disability. And you may have an equally applicable policy that says no animals. But you have to look at that policy on an individualized basis and say, in this case, if this person needs this, how can we accommodate that? Is there a way to accommodate that to make our workplace more inclusive to allow that animal? Is there a way to allow a person to work from home? If COVID has changed everything, and I think this is a game changer, it is remote work. As I'm talking to you right now, guess where I am? I'm in my basement in my office of my home, right? Remote work was not encouraged before. But now if someone comes and asks you for remote work as an accommodation, you're going to have to show why remote work won't be reasonable. Because the first thing you're going to get is, well, we did it for a year. We did it for a year and a half. Why can't we do it now? Why can't I do it if I need it because of a disability? This is an opportunity for us to give people with disabilities more of an opportunity to work, because they may have difficulty getting to a workplace, but they can do the job from home. This is an opportunity to use technology that's made things more accessible to include people with disabilities. I'm not saying you have to grant unreasonable accommodations. If someone needs to be at work, they need to be at work. I get it. But it gives us an opportunity to look and say, can we do things to make more accessible? And that comes to, again, employment, right? ADA Title I, you have to be a qualified person with qualified individual with a disability who can perform the essential functions of the job with or without reasonable accommodation. Technology has helped us provide more accessibility, provide a way to accommodate persons. Okay. But accessibility in technology is becoming more and more important. Right now, we see a lot of activity in website accessibility. If I'm a person who has a visual impairment or a hearing impairment, how does that affect my ability to access that information on your website? And if your website allows me to, for example, apply for a job or order a pizza, I should have the right to access that site just like someone without a disability. Because if I can't do that, then I'm being denied that opportunity. So we need to take time and we need to look at our website accessibility. And let me tell you what's been most disappointing to me is that I help clients in this area quite a bit. But what we found is the website developers, the website platforms that my clients go to develop the website, don't know about web accessibility, don't take accountability for website accessibility, and have turned away from it. So again, and this is just practical legal advice here, if you have a website, before you sign that agreement, make sure you have provisions in there that requires them to provide what they need to with regard to accessibility. Other emerging technologies, self-driving cars, right? We hear this all the time. Well, you won't even need a car in the future. You know, you just Uber and the self-driving car shows up. Well, what does that mean for accessibility? Are those cars accessible? Now, again, I want to share a personal experience. When I travel, and I travel a lot, let's say I'm going to pick up a rental car in a big city, the bus picks you up, takes you over to the rental car facility. I get on the bus. Sometimes it's accessible, sometimes it's not. You know, there's a lot of issues there. But when I get on that, they insist on strapping me down like this dude. Okay. I don't think I need to be strapped down. I have enough physical movement. I can lock my chair down. It takes too much time. It wastes time. Quite frankly, it's a little embarrassing to get strapped down like a, I don't know what. But they force me to do that. That's some friction again. It's good that you have access. It's good that you provide safety. But this guy's all locked in. Everybody else is standing up in that bus, not holding on to anything. They've got the right to make that choice and not be inconvenienced by sitting them down and making them put on a seatbelt and locking them to the floor. Shouldn't the person with the disability have that choice too? Again, this is just friction I see between where we need to go, how we need to evolve. Shouldn't the person with the disability have that choice? You're like, oh, Scott, you know that, we can't do that for negligence, those kinds of issues. Well, what I would say is there may be some wisdom to that, but don't I have the right as a person with a disability to be treated like everyone else and not strapped in like that? If they're all standing up and all it says is hold on, shouldn't I be able to do that? Why is there an assumption you have to do that without a basis? All right, so let's talk about some thoughts. What can we do to have more inclusion? And I want to talk about leadership, self-identification campaigns, and robust accommodation systems. 3 things I think we need to think long and hard about. Leadership. Inclusion issues and diversity issues have to come from the top. They have to come from leadership. Okay. And not just a statement, not just, well, we recognize Disability Awareness Month, or we believe accommodation is important. But what do the C-suite executives look like? What do the C-suite executives know about disability? And more importantly, do any of them have disabilities? I don't see it. I don't see it. Just like every other inclusion of whomever or excluded minorities, people with disabilities are not in leadership positions in our organizations. So we need to look at that. How are we changing to bring people with disabilities into those leadership positions to be leaders? And on top of that, we do need to have that from leadership, to invest in people with disabilities, to invest in accommodations, to invest in making a more inclusive hiring, retention, attraction environment. But it's got to start on top. So there's a push now for self-identification campaigns. Disclosure empowers workers with disabilities to ask for accommodations and is linked to higher engagement, career satisfaction, and performance. In other words, I'm not afraid of my disability. I have pride in being a person with a disability. But many times, even if we go back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt going forward, hiding the disability is the default. Because of that fear, if I disclose it, I will face discrimination. But you contradict that with the self-identification campaigns, which we know are helpful, that should be encouraged. So we need to think about these, but we need to think about them not in a vacuum, but how does that work in our environment, and how do we put protections in place to encourage people to self-identify? Well, you do that first by saying, we want people with disabilities in our workplace. You can't force them to identify because that violates the law, right? And that's the irony of this, right? The ADA even has, for employees, has protections. You cannot disclose disability-related information beyond those people who need to know to grant the accommodation or who are intimately involved in the accommodation process. You can't ask about someone's disability in the application process. That's all meant to protect people. So this kind of turns it on its head and say, well, we do want you to self-identify because we think that can be an advantage for us and for you if you do that. But before you get there, I think you're going to have to create that environment that the person, the employee, understands that you're supportive of including people with disabilities. And this is one small part of that inclusion process. But do you have groups dedicated to persons with disabilities? You encourage that in your workplace, that groups of people with disabilities or who represent people with disabilities meet and analyze, what are we doing in the workplace? What can we do better? Going to those employees and saying, how can we do better? It's those processes that will lead to you being able to have a self-identification campaign, to have people self-identify, to help you address those issues. But accommodations are the most important. There's no doubt about it that accommodating people with disabilities, we know, Congress knew when it passed the law, we know that because the environment we created is not accessible physically, emotionally, all those things, that we are going to have to accommodate people with disabilities. And that means listening to what is needed and having a robust accommodation process and having people that you can consult with that can give you advice. Okay. Check your common sense at the door. What do I mean by that? Well, in looking at accommodations, if someone comes to you with an accommodation, you saying, well, this is common sense, that phrase scares me, because common sense is going to be based upon your experiences, your education, who you hang out with, your training, what we talked about before. And if you haven't had exposure to people with disabilities, or this type of disability, or this type of accommodation, that common sense has limited value. What you want are people in a position who've experienced this disability or experienced this before to educate you as to what accommodations may be necessary, reasonable, or ways you can change that. Jan, the Job Accommodation Network, is a very good resource. It's been around for a long time. It's seen a lot, had a lot of accommodations, has a lot of good guidance. That's one place to start. But also looking for people in your community that can help you in this area. So when the accommodation request comes in, you know who you can call. You already have that network established to get that assistance. The Employee Assistance and Resource Network is another free resource that helps employers understand diversity, inclusion, accommodation. And I encourage you to look at that as well. So I want to end today in talking about some experiences I've had that that are common, quite frankly. In fact, my wife and daughters and I, we went to Hamilton last night. My wife and I had seen it before. It was my daughter's first time. They crazy. They loved it. It was awesome. Great experience. But for some reason, we got on this discussion of things that I hear and deal with on a day-to-day basis. So my daughters always talk. We always talk about how I deal with it, and I try to give them life lessons about how to deal with these kind of things. But everything that you see on the screen right now, I've experienced more than once, multiple times. I'll go around a corner and I'll be on the right side of the corner, okay, as I'm going around the right side of the hallway, and someone is on the wrong side of the hallway. They cut that corner and they run into me. What do they say? You need to put a bell on that thing. Really? Really? I need to put a bell on that thing? You want to race? Like my daughter said the other day, you know, Dad, you should say, yeah, let's race and just take off and see what they do. Oh, I know how you feel. My grandma uses a wheelchair. Wow, you're sure good at using that chair. Now, these are all not meant from an invidious discrimination standpoint. I get that. But all of these are demeaning in one way or the other. You know, I've worked really hard to get where I am today, I always say. And these are the kind of things that they do come from a good place. I really believe that. But we're not thinking before we talk. So some things to think about. First of all, relax and embrace the discomfort that you have around people with disabilities. Because if you are experiencing someone with a disability that's severe, that you haven't experienced before, there's going to be a level of discomfort. The story I always tell is when I first moved to DC, I worked for the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. I enforced disability rights law all around the country. I was in DC. And somebody who became my good friend, when I first met him, he had a very severe disability that required him to use a motorized wheelchair, and he couldn't speak. He had a head stick that he would hit a keyboard, and then that machine would speak for him. Okay. And when I first started speaking with him, it was uncomfortable. Why was it uncomfortable? Because the cadence of our conversation just wasn't normal to me. Right? It wasn't this back and forth. It was, I'd say something, then I had to wait 30 seconds for him to type something in before he would respond. And there was that kind of pregnant pause, that uncomfortable time there. Why was it uncomfortable? It was uncomfortable because of me. Because I had created that environment that the conversation must shoot back and forth really quickly. And I got used to it very quickly. It didn't bother me at all after that. But that initial response was discomfort. And discomfort makes us push people away. We don't want to do that. When I have kids come up to me in a store and say, hey, what happened? And their mom grabs them and pulls them away and says, don't ask that question. We don't want that, because that image for that child is what? Disability. I got to stay away. I can't talk to them. I'd like to talk to them. I'd like to tell them I got in a car accident. I'd like to tell them that my spinal cord was like a telephone cord that got cut, although that doesn't really work anymore because phones don't have cords. So I say a light that was plugged in, and that's why my legs don't work. That gives me the opportunity to educate and make that child comfortable around the person with a disability rather than the opposite. Speak directly to the person with the disability. I can't tell you the number of times where I'll go up with my wife and they'll talk to my wife and say, does he need this or does he need that? Rather than looking at me. If someone is deaf and has a sign language interpreter, you shouldn't be looking at the interpreter. You should be looking at the person with the disability who you're talking with. You're not talking to an interpreter, you're talking to that person. Speak directly to them. It's okay to offer assistance. Don't force it. I don't mind when people say, can I give you some assistance? They give me the choice to say yes or no. What I mind is, oh, let me get that door for you. And then they fall over for me. They open the door that hits me and they're just making me fall all over the place. It's okay to offer assistance, to communicate, to respect them, but not force it on them. Okay. And don't apologize if you happen to use accepted common expressions that seem to relate to a person with a disability. Okay. I think we need to do better in our language all the time. It's a person with a disability. I'm not confined to a wheelchair. I'm not strapped to it. I can actually get out and transfer. We need to do better about those things. But our knee-jerk reaction to those kind of things is off-putting, puts us in an uncomfortable situation, rather than just addressing that person like anyone else. Now, again, as I told you in the beginning, I can't speak for everyone with a disability. I can't appreciate a lot of things that people are going through. I just can't. But I hope that my personal experiences, I hope that my experiences in this career and in this industry help. I hope I've given you some messages today to have more inclusion in your office and to think about things from a different perspective and to be encouraged to learn more. I again want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, maybe sometime we can do this in person. But again, thank you so much for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the seminar and certainly have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much today, Scott. We're getting lots of comments in about what an incredible exercise this was in mindfulness and great personal stories. It really made an impact. So thank you very much for that. We do have one question in regards to your experience helping others with who don't have maybe something that is a visible disability, so something more mental or something physical that you don't see. So in your experience with that and things like reasonable accommodations, how does that change kind of the narrative of when you can't see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to, if you need an accommodation, to clearly articulate what you need and provide as much education up front. I would hope that, especially in the employment environment, that you have a process that's in place to request an accommodation, and make sure you follow that and articulate what is needed and why, and have that frank conversation. The law requires an interactive process, but that interactive process is beneficial for both sides. And obviously, if you run into roadblocks and they don't want to engage in the interactive process and aren't willing to consider that, or they're engaged in express discrimination, you need to get involved. What I call is aggressive education. Educate them with regard to why they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, and understand that and put them in touch with people that way. I mean, I deal with NIMBYism a lot for my developer clients when they're developing affordable housing in certain areas of the country, around the country, where we find city councils discriminating against us because they don't want affordable housing. And I always say the clients bring me in there to aggressively educate that city on why this violates the Fair Housing Act. So they understand that. And I think, giving them that opportunity first is the best way to go before you file a complaint. But, you may find yourself in a situation where you have to file a complaint. But I think, being open to them and providing as much information as you can is very important.
Awesome. Thank you for that answer. I don't see any other questions in the chat right now. So once again, thank you so much for joining us today. Great presentation. And we look forward to hopefully being able to see you in person at some point in the future.
Thank you, Amber. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome back. And we are excited to have Mick Wagoner join us today from the Veterans Legal Support Network. He'll be presenting on mental health issues that affect our veterans and the other issues as well, and the coping mechanisms that they sometimes use, which can get them into legal trouble, as well as resources available to them. So thanks for joining us today, Mick, and take it away.
Hey, thanks, Amber. And thanks, Scott. When you follow that karaoke singer who's really, really good and you don't want to follow that singer, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Following that presentation, but just so strong. And I'm going to talk about a couple of things Scott mentioned in there as well, especially the hidden wounds when we talk about post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, those sort of things. Okay, couple things to start with. Am I too loud? If I am, put it in there and just say, quiet down, you're too loud. What are you so excited about? Number two, acronyms, all right? It's part of our culture. We all have, legal culture, we have our little things, but the military, oh my God, we've got a whole vocabulary full of this. And if I break into acronym speak, jump on there, say, what are you talking about? What is that initial you just said? Or what is that thing you're talking about? Because it sounds interesting, but I don't know what subject you're even talking about right now, Mick. Please do that. I tell my students the same exact thing. Nothing very, put the hand in there, say, what? As we say, whiskey tango fox, right? We use letters sometimes. Why the face? So that's another piece. And then a thanks to Amber and NePA. This is the second time I've spoke with their group. And then OBA, I believe it's the second time I've spoke with that group as well. We'll see if they allow me to continue to be in the OBA when this is over. We'll see with that, Dave. But I hope so, because I love Wine Fest out at the barn. It's right by my house, so it's a great time. Strongly encourage OBA membership. All right. What did I title my talk? Everyone served is what I talked about on the name. But we can call it lots of different things. I think the big thing we start with is, what numbers are we talking about? Okay, if we roughly have 340 million Americans, about 7% have served. Currently, less than 1% are serving on active duty. It is unfortunately becoming a bit of a caste, and that's not good. And why is that? Well, it's not good because we're a democracy and everybody, I feel, should contribute in some way, either, in the military, Teach for America, the Peace Corps, Civilian Conservation Corps, all those NRA, of those New Deal things. I think that adds a civic mindedness that is kind of sorely lacking right now. But as far as the military, like I said, about 7 million or so. No, I'm sorry, 21 million, 7%. Nebraska, we have about 140-ish thousand veterans. Decent number. And our percentage goes about to 7.5% of our folks. So a little bit higher number of folks who have served. various reasons for that. We have a base right here. We have pretty strong guard and reserve function. And in Vietnam, we had a very, very high number of folks who served. So that was a big piece of, well, especially that triangle kind of between, if you took it from Norfolk down to Grand Island over to Kearney and then back up, that was one of the largest numbers of Vietnam draftees in the country, percentage-wise. So this in an area around Pittsburgh in Western Pennsylvania, very strong Vietnam group right there. So we have a strong history of veterans service in Nebraska and pride in that. So that's a good thing. And there are veterans all around you. It's kind of a bummer I can't see all the hands or your faces to see like, okay, raise your hand if you're a vet or anything like that. But that's okay. We'll just keep going. Let's start with culture. Okay. What is my biggest thing this week? You say, Mick, we don't even know anything about you. Okay. Well, many of you would say, well, you're a veteran, right? So it's Veterans Day tomorrow. Nope. My biggest thing is today. Does anybody know what today is? Anybody gonna raise their hand? There you go, Stephanie. Thank you. Stephanie knows that today is the 246th birthday of the Marine Corps. On November 10th, 1775, in a Tun Tavern, a bar in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay, thanks for the trivia, Mick. But this goes to show that even within this small group of veterans, there's even smaller pieces, all right? We have a culture, and the culture in the Corps, the Marine Corps, is very, very strong, all right? So as we go out, you know, we get more open and more sharing. But once, you know, in our own little shell, like tonight, I will be out celebrating with other Marines. We will make fun of the Army. We will make fun of the Air Force. The Navy has a little bit with us, so the Navy folks who work with us will be okay with them, but the others will make fun of them too, because it's our little Corps. But if we're out and somebody says, oh, military people, they're all clowns, we'll be the first ones to jump in and help our sister services with the Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and now Space Force. So we have these little things, but the point for you all is culture. Well, as Drucker says, right? Eat strategy for breakfast. But you don't have to know the culture. You just have to know that there is a culture, right? You don't have to have served. You don't have to have had family members who served. You just need, like Scott so eloquently put it, you just need to be aware of what you're saying. And there's certain things that, you know, some people get all jazzed about it. I try not to. Like if I get called a soldier, all right, am I a soldier? No, I'm a Marine. And a sailor is in the Navy, and an airman is in the Air Force, and a guardian is in the Space Force. Those make a difference. And so when I'm talking to people, or people are talking to me and say, hey, what, you know, you soldiers, you know, I'll just kind of get that, you know, suck air through my teeth. Yeah, and they go, oh, did I say something wrong? And it's like, it's not wrong. It's just, I'm not in the Army, right? Because I take very much pride in my Marine service. It's just a thing that we do. So as you're going out there, don't walk on eggshells. I don't want you to do that at all. But I would think that for the military folks, we just say, we don't expect you to know our culture. We don't expect you to know everything about it. Good Lord, I don't know everything about the Air Force or any of those other things. I would just ask you not to disrespect it. And most of you are pretty astute and you're not going to do that. But sometimes people use stereotypes. They use mass media sometimes, the global media empire. But, you know, so many things were, people's impressions were formed by TV and films. So much so that I had a job interview once, and I think they really thought the Marine Corps just we're all drill instructors. Like that's how we got stuff done. You either did everything you did like a recruit, or you screamed at people like a drill instructor. And nothing could be further than the truth. But if all you've seen is Full Metal Jacket or that Vietnam movie or whatever it is, that might kind of be your only impression of what the service is. And so that becomes problematic as well. But it is what it is. We live in a culture with a lot of, inputs that give a lot of different people. And there's, like I said, 340 million people out there. Not everybody's going to like us. They shouldn't. And not everybody's going to understand us, clearly. So that's okay. All right. So let's talk about some of the cultural things that get a little deeper, besides my feelings hurt when you call me a soldier. Oh, I did not mention, let's have more of a discussion. All right. Please send the questions in, and Amber, pipe on here if somebody's got a question. I would rather have a little bit more of a discussion because I don't have the slides per se. I do teach, and so I kind of like the free flow. But if something comes in, I'd rather kind of address it right when you have that question than wait till the end when somebody's like, I don't remember what that even question was. So go ahead and bring them up now if you got them. Thanks, Amber. All right. So what's deeper than the feelings of the service branch? Self-reliance. All right. One of the things that we're taught so much in the military is self-reliance. You help your buddy. You help others. That is the mantra. It is selfless service personified if you're doing it correctly. All right. That's why I loved it so much. I kind of had this Jesuit infused man for others, but it's people for others now. We know that. But it flowed very easily into take care of your people. That's one of our rules that we have is know your people and look out for their welfare. That's one of the guiding principles that we have. I don't think most people think about that when they think of the Marines, that they're these caring, loving individuals. But deep down, for our folks, that's exactly what we should be doing. So, but we have this very strong strain of self-reliance that is trained into us, and is just repetitive as because we need to get through adversity. We're going to get into adversity. It might not be in combat. It might not be deployed. It might not be life and death. Most of the times it's not, quite frankly, but you're going to run into adversity. So how do you overcome that? Because you're not going to have a lot of support necessarily. You're going to have to do some of this yourself. Self-help, self-care. We're going to see some of these themes coming back, and not necessarily the way we want them to. All right. But self-reliance is a hallmark of what we train to and what we aspire to be, is those people, selfless leaders for others. Okay. Another issue that comes up is in your career, and you say, okay, where's this going? It's a very, an organization that's got a pretty strong pyramid. At the top, there's just, a few people, and then the ranks, as they go down there, and there's more and more people down. So like in the Marine Corps, there's 3 or 4 four-star generals, and there are probably 100,000 Lance corporals and below, the most junior 19, 18-year-olds that we have that do the majority of the work, right? And the fighting, and unfortunately the dying, all right? But so it goes up like this. Well, where I'm going with this is, if you say, hey, I need help, that's not what is thought of as a strong point. You're supposed to be self-reliant. You're not supposed to ask for help. But a lot of times we send our people down and out to do things, or things happen to them, and for lack of a better term, they get broke. They're broke. Something bad happened to them. Normally we see this in kind of the classic went down range. What does that mean? Goes to Afghanistan or Iraq. Goes to a combat situation. There, the service member sees something, does something, has something happen to them. Could have been in a Humvee right behind another one with their friends in it, and it's hit by an IED. They get concussed for the third or fourth time. Their friend gets killed. Their friend gets wounded badly. They see a dead child. They were in a firefight earlier and they think, I might have killed that child. It was dark. The child shouldn't have been out there. Who knows what happened? But they get that in their head. All right. They have just suffered trauma. You all could see that pretty easily, right? So traditionally, what we do is we come back to the States and we don't talk about it. Right? We just don't talk about it. We come back, we see our families, we're happy about it, and we get ready to train, go on to another job, get ready to go deploy again. Whatever it is, we don't talk about what we saw over there. All right. You say, why not? Why would you talk about that? Well, because it hurts. I mean, think of all the trauma-induced folks you know. Do they want to talk about, do sexual assault victims want to talk about it? Of course not. So, and we have plenty of them as well, which we'll get to in a minute. But with this trauma, this cause, and Scott mentioned it, coming back from Vietnam, what do we used to call it? Battle fatigue, back in, Patton, you're just a coward, get out of this hospital. And then we have shell shock and other terminology that we use. But what we know is today in the DSM-5 is post-traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, that's what we have. Some of it is clearly tied to traumatic brain injury, which was the the quintessential wound of the global war on terror. Because now we're also seeing in football, we're seeing all of these things in the brain that matter now, right? Well, traumatic brain injury was one big one, and it often goes hand in hand with PTSD, but it doesn't have to. But both of them we can't see. So we have to try and utilize our skills. Well, let's get back to our deployed service member. He was over there, he's in a Humvee, he gets concussed again, and his friend is killed, and he comes back, and we'll call him a Marine for the situation. And he comes back, and he's staying in this unit for another year and a half, and he's got these issues, right? Before, when he's deployed, if he's receiving fire from the enemy, he could pick up a phone on his back or his buddy's back and call in an airplane or a mortar unit a mile and a half away to come in, and with 9 lines of just simple things like the grid direction, the wind, all those things, the munitions, how many people that are firing at him, and he can drop a bomb on that target and destroy it in a matter of minutes, right? He's had that power to literally call hellfire down upon his adversaries. Well, he comes home now. He's got PTSD. He might have light TBI. All right. He's having some nightmares, and he says, "Wow, I don't like that." So what does he do? Does he go to the mental health facility? Oh, no, comrades. He does not go to the mental health practitioner, often called the wizard. All right. He goes to the bar where it is socially acceptable to pound drinks, Red Bull and vodka, beers galore, whatever it is, socially totally acceptable. And he gets hammered with his friends, and they talk about, and they give cheers to their deceased comrades. And then he goes home and he passes out. No dreams, just blacked out. Okay. Well, he's doing this. And then he, one night, he drives home. Shouldn't have, clearly, but he drives home and he gets caught on base, as most of them do. And he gets in trouble. That's driving under the influence. That's a violation of the military on base, just like it is in beautiful Douglas County, Nebraska. So, but he has gone to war with this commander who's in charge, who's going to punish him. And the people that he's worked with are going to stand up for him and say, that guy, I will trust him with my life. And so they'll say good things about him. And so the commander will say, all right, you know, we can't have drinking and driving back here on, you know, Camp Pendleton. And he, you know, slaps him on the wrist and says, no drinking for you for a while. And maybe you need to go see some treatment. He says, you bet, sir. 3 bags full. Aye, aye. I'm going to do all these things. Well, has he solved his problem? No, he has not. He is self-medicating, as we do, the collective we. Not that I didn't do that, but I've been pretty blessed that I didn't have a lot of these issues. So back to our young 21-year-old, 22-year-old. He's now married, he's got a young child, and the wife says, hey, texts him and says, hey, I need you to pick up the kiddo, pick up some dry cleaning and get some milk and some eggs. And it's a little bit like that TV commercial now, but it's not the funny way. He comes home with a 12-pack and some tacos. And he says, hey, and she says, where's the kid? Where's the laundry? And where's the milk? And you're like, oh, man. And he's like, I don't know what got, and he's covering, and he comes up with a story of like, hey, I was doing this other stuff for the boss. And we make up these excuses. And we've got all these reasons and rationales for why we did what we did. But the bottom line is we have an injury and it's not being attended to. So he gets a ration, as he should, from his spouse. For the child piece, you can see all that. But what does he do? He starts drinking that 12-pack because he's so frustrated. How can it be that he could do those wonderful things? He was in charge of 12 other people, 12, that also were just armed to the teeth and just part of the world's finest fighting force. And now he can't remember milk and dry cleaning. What the hell is wrong with him? Is what he's thinking. And so he drinks. And then his wife comes home and she's got the kid and she's tired. And she says, you know, what the hell is wrong with you? And he pushes her. Or worse, he might put his hands around her neck, but a lot of just push her and just get away from me. And her friend is with her, and her friend goes, And he shouldn't do that. But what has he done? Family assault. Right? That can't stand. So they call the MPs. The MPs come, and if the MPs come to your house, you know one thing, somebody's leaving. And it's a service member. Boom, he goes. All right. Well, now he's got an assault charge against him. And maybe he's got an aggressive prosecutor. He says, you know what? This guy didn't learn his lesson from before, so we're going to take away his suspended sentence, add that back on. Now we're going to court-martial him. Maybe a misdemeanor at the special court-martial, basically a misdemeanor, but for assault on a spouse. Okay, that doesn't sound good. It's not. But then he shows up at the lawyer's office, and the lawyer says, yeah, you're in trouble. And he goes, yeah, but my people stand by me, right? Well, see, not so much. Because in the meantime, in that 6 months or 9 months that has passed since his last incident, his commander left, his junior commander left, and his senior enlisted advisor have all gone. They've all moved on, because that's what we do in the military. You move on. And he's got new people that did not deploy with him, don't know him. All they know is this drunk is beating his wife, and they got to get ready to go to combat again. So what do you want to do with a drunk who beats his wife? You sure as hell don't want him around, leading your people anymore. Get him the hell out of here. All right. Yeah, you deployed. You did some things. Okay, maybe we won't. We'll give you a deal. We'll give you an administrative separation. All right. You got the court-martial paperwork, but we're going to dismiss the court-martial. You're going to sign this paperwork that says I'm getting an other than honorable discharge, and I'm going to be out in 2 weeks. And guy says, well, it's a yuck sandwich, but I'm gonna take a bite because that sounds a hell of a lot better than jail for 6 months and a bad conduct discharge. So I'll take it. And there's nothing wrong that the lawyer has done there yet. So he signs paperwork, and 3 weeks he's back here in, South 110th Street. Probably staying with his mom and dad because his wife's separating, getting a divorce. Well, not, hopefully, but that's oftentimes what happens. And then after he comes back and he's been drinking with his friends and celebrating getting out of the Marine Corps, blah, blah, blah. And he says, okay, I gotta get my life straight. I'm gonna go down to the Veterans Service Office. I'm gonna get my benefits. Well, he shows up down at 41st and Pacific Street at the Douglas County Veterans Service Office. He goes, he says, hey, here's my DD-214. DD-214 is the paperwork that you get from the military that says, here's what your service was. And it lists the jobs you had, awards, deployments, those sort of things, and an overall description of your service. Well, he has his DD-214, he hands it to the service officer, and they say, thank you for your service. We can't help you. What? I just served 3 years, including a deployment and a half. What do you mean you can't help me? You got an unarmed discharge. We can't help you. Yeah. No VA, no GI Bill, no medical benefits, short of a couple emergency exceptions. Yeah, nothing. Gone. So that is where we find a lot of our folks that we'll get into part 2 about here. But it is so problematic because that service member does not want to go. Why does he want to see the mental health guy? What's the deal? Why doesn't he want to go? Let's go back to our culture, folks. There's 3 corporals, let's call him, 3 sergeants even. 3 sergeants in his unit, and only one's getting promoted this year. Is it the one who goes to the mental health every week and talks about his problems? Or is it one of the other 2 who are similarly situated, same combat history, similar, all those sort of things, skills, leadership, but they're there. They're present. They're there to help the staff sergeant get them ready for formation or to get ready for an inspection or whatever the case may be. Who are they going to forward for promotion? Unless the guy in mental health is just walking on water, not him. At least that's what the guy who's staying back's thinking. And the others see that too. And it can be a lance corporal or corporal. It can be a captain or a major. It doesn't matter. So many of them are not going to skyline themselves, put themselves out, highlight themselves, many other words, same thing, and say, I'm not contributing as much as these others are. Therefore, I'm not as worthy. Therefore, I'm not getting promoted. I'm not going to get this good school to go to. I'm not going to get this job I want to have. There's all these things that come even faster than they do in the civilian world. All those things happen in the civilian world, but they happen faster because our career timelines are constrained so much more in the military. Let me tell you, military is young man's game. I'm 55. My friends, my peers that are in, they are nearing the top of the echelon of military leadership, if they're there. It's like, yeah, Mick, you're, yeah, I know some guys that are, moving away, but not that fast. You kind of got to wait till your 60s. Too late. You got to be able to, run 3 miles in under 28 minutes. You got to be able to do pull-ups. You got to do all this other stuff, kind of young person stuff. And you got to do it a lot. Well, people just say, I'm done at 45. I'm done at 48. And that's fine. But that's what happens is it's compressed. And so you have all these pressures like, hey, you want to grow up? This is how you do it. It's part of the culture. We know that when we come in, we accept that. Don't feel sorry for us, but it's just something that we need to know. All right. So that's the big piece of the first. All right. Amber.
Hey, Mick.
Yes.
So we had one question. Is there any kind of, let's say in that scenario where someone is going and getting mental health services during active, their active career, is there any kind of confidentiality associated with that so that it shouldn't be an issue?
Oh, everything said in there is absolutely confidential. It's all protected under psychologist-patient privilege. Just like talking to your lawyer in the military is protected under attorney-client, just like talking to your religious leaders, penitent, privileged. All privileged. It's the fact that you went and you are not back doing work and you are, gone for 2 or 3 hours, however long it takes to get over there, wait for your appointment, and then come back. That's the hook. But what you say there, no, that's not what's gonna, get you in trouble, in their mind. Now, is the military trying to do better with this? Yes. But until leadership truly embraces it, and you've seen a couple of senior leaders say, hey, I've gone through treatment. I've gone to counseling. I used to tell people all the time, when I came back from my Afghanistan deployment, I had to go to spousal with my wife because I was not in tune with what her fears were and all these other things. So I needed to go to save my marriage. And I wasn't afraid to tell people that because it's hard in the military at times when you have those sort of things. But I was a lawyer, I'm not a gunfighter. I'm not, so it's like, who cares what that wimp's doing? But, maybe if the battalion commander of 2nd Battalion 1st Marines would have told his Marines, hey, you guys need to go to counseling if you got questions, if you got concerns. But that's just kind of not part of their DNA. And so that's where we get into problems. But absolutely, we have counseling centers all over active duty. So the ability to have it is there. The question of if they're going to use it is the problem. Does that answer the question?
Yep.
Great. All right. Let's bring our now we'll call him a soldier. All right. He had the same problem in Iraq. He came home to Omaha and he's self-medicating, right? And this self-medication has gone from alcohol to drugs. Possibly he's got pain management issues. We know many of our clients out there have that, right? They get them started on Oxy, they get them started on who knows what, and then they say, okay, you can't have this anymore. Or better yet, you had it on active duty, now you're kicked out. You don't even get this from the VA anymore because you've got bad paper. You've got an honorable discharge. You don't even get VA meds anymore. All right, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go get heroin. I'm gonna do anything else to try and maybe relive the adrenaline of the military service. That's what happens with some. Others are pain management and that. How many gateways do we have to get folks into those substances? We all know, right? But pick one, and our example soldier here has done that. Okay, now he gets a DUI, he gets pulled over, he's got more too much, let's just say, of a substance on him, and he's in jail. What we have here in Douglas County is a real advantage. Mike Myers, our DCDC leader, back before he was I can't remember his name. Before him, also was very big on helping the veterans community. So what they created was called a veterans mod. So those of you who've been in jail know that you have mods, right? Except for the SEG folks who need to be protected or need to be protected from. Normally, for the regular in the minimum and medium corrections, you have kind of a squad bay of what is about 40 some beds that are melded into the floor, some bunk beds. Well, they created a veterans mod, and within this veterans mod are generally veterans. Right. Occasionally they will bring somebody over because they know it's a safe mod, or they're so full because they're doing modifications in the jail that it's just too full we got too many people in the inn, so they don't have time to just be veterans. But in the meantime, you know, we got about 30 vets over there in a mod at one time. There's also a couple of other vets that have more serious crimes, or female vets that can't live with male vets, obviously. So they're in the jail as well. Usually we have 2 to 4 female vets at any one time in jail. And our population usually probably maybe 50 vets total. In the mod, there'll be 30. And what we do in this mod, and unfortunately, I've been out for COVID. I haven't been able to go back because nobody was in there, but now we're trying to get back in there. Justine Wall and the team is working on getting the programs back, but we have these programs. And we come into jail and we teach classes. We teach anger management. We teach art therapy. I teach them about Veterans Treatment Court and other legal issues related to all sorts of things. Sometimes we just shoot the hay. But, you know, play stump the chump with the lawyer guy. All right, they love that game. All right, so we'll do that. And at the end of certain periods and classes, because we have these therapy classes, they get certificates. And those certificates we have found are nice things that lawyers like to have to give to judges, to say, look, self-improvement, look, self-realization, look, self-education. All these things that we really want out of our judicial system is actually happening in Douglas County Department of Corrections. And so that is a good thing for the defense counsel, as well as to show the prosecutors that, look, this person is really trying to get out of this. Now, granted, they've got forced sobriety, but they're also learning lessons about sobriety. They have AA, they have NA meetings in there, all sorts of really good things. And so that's a program that if you didn't know about it and you have a veteran, make sure to let them know. Now you say, okay, let's go back here a second. Veteran, how am I going to know? Well, the first thing you do is you ask. Ask your person. Don't ask them if they're a veteran. Why not? Because some people have different and disjointed ideas of what a veteran is. Always ask your person or somebody you're giving help to, did or are you serving? That's what it is. Okay. Some people think you have to deploy to be a veteran. No, that's what you need to join the VFW. Some people think you need to be on active duty. No, that's not it for just a veteran. Some people say, well, the Guard doesn't count. Technically, there's an argument to that the National Guard is a state function, but they can be federalized and brought onto Title 10 US Code, and deploy or be used in another state. Think a la Katrina. That would be service, but all those things, no matter what, some people will get jazzed about the term veteran. Did you serve? Because that's the characteristics I would want to bring out for my client to say, hey, this is what we're going to work on. We're going to work on finding that spark, finding that whatever it was in you that really worked. Okay. And then we're going to work to rebuild you. That's what we're going to do. All right. So now you've got a veteran. Well, one of the programs we have in Douglas County for felons charged with felony, is Veterans Treatment Court. Veterans Treatment Court, Judge Wheelock is our judge. And I believe our newest judge, Judge Lux, our former prosecutor, is going to be the backup judge for Veterans Treatment Court. What is it? Basically, if you've got a qualifying felony, not murder, not rape, but if you've got a qualifying felony, and that has included assault with a deadly weapon, with a 50-year gauntlet hanging over the guy's head, all right? He completed the program. You go into Veterans Treatment Court, you plead guilty to the underlying felony that your attorney and the prosecutor have worked out after you've submitted an application that you could find on the Douglas County attorney's website. You submit that application, and then you'll talk with the prosecutors. And if they say, yep, that sounds like a plan, then you'll go in and you'll have an interview with probation. And they'll come back and then they'll run your record. They'll do all these things. And then it'll come back to the team, the judge, the prosecutor, all the people that are on the team there. They'll say, hey, is this person come in? And for the most part, we say, yeah. Once again, I haven't been able to do that as much either, but it has been running through COVID. We've graduated 5 or 6 vets during COVID, but it was difficult. We had to do a lot of Zoom and it wasn't ideal, but most of this legal stuff wasn't ideal during Zoom. Let's be honest. So, and I'll get to that question in just a sec on the VTC eligibility. So you go in, and then if you're accepted in, you come in, you plead to your felony, and then you're welcomed into the court. No sentencing, no any of that. All right. But remember, you have pled guilty. Now you're into the program. Every 2 weeks, you come to the judge and you tell him how things are going. You're also assigned a mentor, a fellow service member. May have been in trouble in the past, may not have. But that person is your buddy, your battle buddy that you call when you're having a bad Tuesday because you really want to drink. You're having a bad day on the block because your buddies are coming over wanting you to do some things that you probably shouldn't do, but you need to get out of there. You need to go over and get a cup of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. You call your mentor and you do that, right? It's a special piece that drug court doesn't have, that mental health court doesn't have. Only the vet court has these, and it's substantial why we do that. Okay, you go through, we're working on your housing to make sure you've got safe and affordable housing. We're going through your job, we're going through your education, all these things, making sure your family's doing okay. All right, and as you're going through this program, 18 to 24 months of progressing, when you're done, you completed the program, charges withdrawn and dismissed. Yeah, felony's gone. All right, so let me see here a couple of questions. Could you talk about what restrictions there may be to someone admitted to the veteran program? Felony is kind of one of them. It's got to be a felony, and a lot of times you can get your person down to a misdemeanor. And you know, maybe if they're on their 8th misdemeanor and they're not getting it, and you think they really are primed for this program, and they've hit rock bottom, they just got to get the help, and they haven't been able to get anywhere else. That, you know, maybe you talk about taking the felony, but a lot of us would be like, there ain't no way I'm giving this guy a felony if I can get him down to a misdemeanor in, you know, a couple months or time served, or whatever the case is. So that's a lawyer conversation with your client. It really is. But you know, you talk to Bill Harry in the public defender's office. There's a couple other civilian attorneys who have worked. We could find names for you, but they're good discussions to have. We've had 1 or 2 that have said, no, I need this program. I need this program more than I need my 5th misdemeanor. One other exception, DUIs. As you know, DUIs cannot be dismissed in Nebraska, but we lower them to misdemeanors. So a DUI 5 goes down to a DUI 1, right? And they do have to serve their absolute required time they have to do, but most of them have done a lot of that time on the front end before they got into the court. So that's a limitation as well. Other than that, I would say the biggest challenge we have is domestic assault. And here's the juxtaposition with that. You have the service member that we talked about who gets hands on his family. That's bad. But so much of it is because we haven't addressed the underlying problem, the post-traumatic stress. It's not the drinking. The drinking is just a symptom. The post-traumatic stress and the disorder is the problem. And we haven't addressed that problem. Well, if the spouse really wants to stay together, you know, that's what we're really trying, but there is a very strong community, and we've all worked with it, who've worked, you know, at all in domestics, that says like, oh, is this just another, they're getting back together and he's pressuring her, he's saying all the right things, and it's just the cycle is just gonna continue. We got to stop the cycle. We've all seen that. That's where we've been doing this for 4 years. I think we've got over 40 graduates now. We're really trying to build up trust. We've had issues that looked a little bit DV, but they maybe were charged a little bit differently, but the family was always on board. That's the key. The victim also needs to be on board. That's another limitation that we can have. We've had a couple pain in the butt victims, quite frankly, that after the prosecutor and the probation guys met him, they said, oh, I understand why that guy was the victim. I don't like him, but he was a victim unless they need to agree to this program as well. That can be tough sometimes. So, but that's what we work through. And for the most part, we get a lot of our folks in there. And boy, folks, if I could just show you the before and after photos of these vets, you'd be like, that is worth my money. That is where I want my tax dollars going. Because what else have we done? We've kept 40 felons out of our overcrowded jails. That's what we've done, including the additional 20 plus that we have in the court right now. They're not in jail. They're out. They're working. They're taxpayers. They're with their families. They're with their communities. They're doing all those things that we want with these programs because we've invested in them. And it's magical. All right. Would someone who went through VTC show up in our justice portal? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the prosecutors that. I just don't, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know the technicality of that piece. All right. That looks like that's that. So I'm so proud of the VTC, and we're just trying to evangelize for those of you who haven't heard about it or like, that's too hard or whatever the case. We'll work with you. Okay. I'll make sure Amber has my email for everybody here, but it's just like my name is spelled there, @live.com. That's my personal address. Write me. I will write you back. It might not be 5 minutes later, but I will write you back and I will get you in touch with who you need to. All right. So let's talk a little bit more about who other can you talk to? All right. Well, if you have clients that need a job, the VA, if they have a general discharge and above, the VA, there's a wonderful lady named Sharon Rubino West who her passion is getting veterans jobs. They're down on 8th and Dorcas. So it's a little bit south of downtown on 10th Street, a little place called Veterans Village, or not Veterans Village, yeah, Veterans Village. Yeah. And it's an apartment, and they just built a new one next door that was the old Grace University. The VA is on the bottom floor there. They have homeless services. They have job services. They have substance abuse services. And they also, the Veterans Treatment Court representative, the Veterans Justice Outreach Officer works there. So, and they have a pantry 2 days a month. So there's some services there. The Miracles program at Sienna Francis House works with veterans. There is the one right next, just to the northwest of Sienna Francis, which I'm horribly vapor locking right now, also has a veterans program. Thanks, Amber, for putting the name up. So there are programs out there. I haven't specifically worked with the Women's Center for Advancement, but I have sent 3 or 4 women veterans to talk to. They have a young former Marine who works as a counselor over there. And when they're having issues with support, with job training, I have sent folks over to WCA there to get help from specifically I say talk and ask for the veteran, the Marine veteran there. Just because they speak the nomenclature, they speak the language, there's so much familiarity and comfort that when you say, hey, I got my DD 214, I need out ASAP, and they go, yeah. And the other people kind of look around and go, are they speaking a different language? Yes, they are. But it's one that's comfort and knowing, and they're going to be working with them. All right. Do you offer services to try and change how someone was discharged? Yes. Yes, we do. This is something specifically my group, VLSN, does, and we work with Creighton University. I saw Caitlin on here earlier. We work with the clinic at Creighton, and we have anywhere from 12 to 15 Creighton law students working with us to work with these veterans who have that other than honorable discharge we talked about. And you say, well, what good is that? Here's the deal. When I said, remember that lawyer who might not have done his paperwork? Secretary Chuck Hagel signed a memo in 2008 that said, if you have post-traumatic stress, before you kick them out with bad paper, you need to have that brought up. Do you think the military always brought that up? Do you? They didn't. You're right. They didn't. So that's one of those areas that we have some ground to plow. When I can show PTSD that was even undiagnosed at the time, but clearly was there, I can go back and get treatment records. I can use later treatment records, and we will go back and we will build a record on appeal. It's an administrative appeal, and we will go back in and work to change. And we have to go to DC. There's 2 different routes we go depending on how long the veteran has been out of the service, 15 years and less or 15 years and more. So we'll go back a long way. Those service members who were kicked out for being gay in the 60s, they basically got a free upgrade if they want it. The problem is some have just kind of learned to, well, they've learned to accept it, or they're just like, no, screw the military. I don't want to do anything with the military. Others, I wish they would come through. I wish they'd see me, see service. I can't remember, I'll get the group here, but we've worked with a group out of Oregon. It used to be the Servicemen's Legal Defense Fund. But there are groups out there that will work with the gay and lesbian associations, all the sort of groups that are out there that traditionally were outcast by the military, wrongfully, very wrongfully. I mean, we were happy to get don't ask, don't tell, some of us, because that's all we thought we could get. And now look where we're at. So we're in a much better place, but we still have lineage of people who are kicked out. And oftentimes the really insidious part is they were charged with sodomy in the UCMJ that was a crime. And so instead of saying, okay, we're going to kick you out for being gay, they're going to kick you out for committing a crime. And you see where that goes. And so they get kicked out for the crime. What was the crime? It was being gay. But that's not how they listed it, because that would be even easier to overturn right now. But what we have to do with those cases, we have to go in, we get some statements, and we send in the information to the board and say, look, and that's actually, those are like dream ones that we get, because we have a very strong probability of getting that upgraded to honorable, so they get the full panoply of benefits they deserve. It's not a gift. They earn those benefits, and we need to give those benefits for them. Other people that we have that I have seen, and unfortunately it's more female than anything, but you'd be surprised, military sexual trauma. I've had 5 male service members been raped, and they don't want to talk about it at all. I understand that, but you could see when I look at their records, their military records, and they're going along, and all of a sudden off a cliff. And after you build some trust up with them, it's like, what happens? Like, I got assaulted by 2 guys one night. Just, they were drunk and they just beat me up and raped me. And it was all over. He never recovered from that, and started drinking, started doing the same thing that we see from our female service members, self-medication and self-harm. We take those cases up on appeal too, but it's tough. As you can imagine, it is tough to do because that subject is so taboo, but we got to do it because it's the right thing to do. So that is something that we're proud of that we do. If you know some people that are in those situations, please send them my way, because my students are chomping at the bit. They really want to get some more cases going. So we're doing that. All right. Am I out of time, Amber?
Nope, you've still got some time, and we've got another question. Is there a similar VTC program in Sarpy County? How is your organization funded?
Unfortunately, Sarpy does not have a VTC. And you say to yourself, that county has the largest population of veterans per capita in the state, and you'd be correct. What we have done is, through the judges and the prosecutors, we have transferred 3 to 5 cases, I want to say, out of Sarpy into Douglas County, with the agreement that if they flunk out of, and we've had a couple guys drop, and gals drop out of the program, they go back to their sending court for sentencing. Because that's what happens if you flunk out of court. You don't go back to discovery, you go back to sentencing. All right, now, many of our folks have been through 18 months of back and forth and doing good things. So a lot of times they'll get probation when they go back to that sending judge, but not guaranteed. They could go to jail, and they know that when they come in. That is front and center for everybody. And the other vets, that's the beautiful thing about vet court and the mod is that spark I talked about. You see it flash, you see it come back. They start to huddle around and warm themselves with it because it's that camaraderie that they've been missing, that thing they've been missing since they left the military that they just can't describe, but it's not in the civilian world form. There it is. And it's accountability as well as protection. They're mutual. They're not mutually exclusive, they're mutual. They come together. You know, Spider-Man, with much responsibility comes, or much gift comes much responsibility. It's the same thing there. You've got accountability and they hold each other accountable. That's why the correction officers love being able to guard the vet mod, but they also tend to be veterans themselves. So would I like Sarpy County to get their own? Yes. Lancaster has their own court. 12th District, I believe, Grand Island Kearney, just starting theirs. We're waiting to get some more results from there. But we encourage these anywhere. The Supreme Court knows about it, and they have allowed jurisdiction change. We had a Washington County case come down into Douglas County. We've had a Dodge County case come into Douglas County. So it can happen, but it takes the prosecutor and a motivated judge and a probation office that's willing to work with this to get a VTC. But our team in Omaha is ready, willing, and able to talk to anybody who wants to get a VTC in their jurisdiction. Absolutely anybody. All right. How's my organization funded? I ask people for money. I go to foundations and ask. We're pretty small, so we run on a pretty lean budget, but that's how we do things. Let me see. I just had a couple more points I wanted to get in. Because some of this was about, what about the 90+% of people who aren't in trouble? There's a whole bunch of veterans out there, and this is preaching to the choir right here. You know, that group between, I'm not in poverty, you know, I'm not legal aid, but I don't have enough for a divorce, or I don't have enough for whatever it is. That's where I see a not so sweet spot, but there's a lot of vets in there, especially elderly vets. Vets that I see at the VA a lot of times. I'm hoping we could build some programs for them. I'm hoping we could do something at Creighton University, maybe get a veterans clinic. That would be a wonderful thing to do, where we could do some outreach with some of the elderly veterans at the Eastern Nebraska Veterans Home. You know, do simple mom and pop wills. There's a lot of things we can do in the community. But let me finish with this. Veterans aren't better than anybody. Okay, they're not. I'm not better than any of you. I'm different. I've had different life experiences. I think I have some strengths that I bring to the table, but don't let anybody tell you, oh, veterans are better Americans. No, they're not. We come from the society and we return to society. In the meantime, we serve. That's really a difference. Now, do I like to celebrate? Heck yeah. Am I gonna celebrate tonight? Way more than I will tomorrow. But tomorrow is also a special day too. You know, when people thank me for my service, I say, my pleasure to serve. I know what my Vietnam vet friends got when they came back. So I tell all the young vets, be damn thankful, because it doesn't have to be this way. And it's on us, the new legacy of veterans, to protect it for the ones come down the road. So that's what I have. I'll be open for questions later. You can email me questions, please. Got all sorts of things, but Amber, thanks so much for your time. Dave, thanks for your time. Love being with you guys.
All right, welcome back everyone from the break. We have Sara McCue here with us today from Baird Holm, and we are excited to welcome her back as a speaker. She spoke for NePA a few years ago and we got great feedback on the presentation. So today she will be giving us a session on a legal update of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and we're looking forward to her expertise in this area. Take it away, Sara.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for tuning in today and for having us as part of your sessions. I know that probably a lot of you heard my colleague Scott P. Moore speak earlier this afternoon with the keynote. So we're really excited to be here and think this is a really important topic to discuss. Just to introduce myself a little bit, I'm an attorney at Baird Holm law firm in Omaha. My areas of practice focus on both employment law and fair housing. Today, obviously, I'm focusing in on the Americans with Disabilities Act to give you an update about what's going on in that space, talk to you about the ins and outs of the ADA, and really a lot of cases related to recent developments in this area. And I think those cases really help to highlight the current status of the law. So very important to talk about those. And I think one of the best ways to illustrate what's going on in different areas of the ADA. So we'll go ahead and get started here with just a brief overview for today's discussion, because I think probably everyone listening in comes with a variety of experiences here or different experiences with the ADA. So I do want to do this overview to make sure that we're all on the same page. As we talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act, we're really focusing in on three different titles of the ADA, or three different areas of the ADA that we might touch on today. Our focus is really primarily on Title I of the ADA and Title III of the ADA. So as we move through the session today, I just want to mention that Title I of the ADA, it's important to keep in mind, applies specifically to employers and the relationship between employees and their employers. So we'll be talking very extensively about Title I of the ADA and updates in that area. There are a lot of trends we're seeing and important discussion points that we believe we need to cover. I'm also going to talk quite a bit about Title III of the ADA, some specific updates in that area. Title III of the ADA prohibits disability discrimination by places of public accommodation. So a place of public accommodation is a very broad definition, but the obligations under Title III are going to be distinct from the obligations under Title I. We're not going to spend really much time today talking about Title II of the ADA, but if I was giving a presentation to state and local government agencies, we would hone in on that section, obviously, a bit more. So again, our primary focus today, Title I and Title III of the ADA for this session. So I want to start off our discussion really focusing on Title I of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Again, this is really going to be the meat of our session today, and talking about Title I focuses on the employer's relationship with its employees or with applicants who have disabilities and who might need accommodations because of those disabilities. So we understand in our practice area, what we are working on are issues related to compliance for the Americans with Disabilities Act, working with employers to ensure that they understand their obligations under the ADA. And what are their obligations when they're working with employees who do have disabilities and who need accommodations because of those disabilities? So the first question that we often get when we're talking about reasonable accommodation requests for individuals who have disabilities is who is responsible for making that request. Ultimately, we know from the law that it's the employee's responsibility to tell the employer that they need an accommodation in the workplace. Now, that doesn't mean that the employee has to use some sort of magic words to request an accommodation for a disability. In fact, we really like to highlight that when we're talking about compliance with the ADA. The employee doesn't have to come to the employer and say, I am requesting a reasonable accommodation pursuant to 24 CFR, et cetera, et cetera. They can use really plain English to specify that there is some sort of barrier in the workplace that's preventing them from doing their job due to their disability. So again, plain language, no magic words required from the employee. In the compliance space, we work a lot with the Equal Opportunity Commission with issues related to disability discrimination and requests for reasonable accommodation. We know that the EEOC has indicated that if an employee makes any sort of request for medical reasons, the employer should be on notice that that request could potentially be an accommodation request under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And we like to emphasize for our employers that it's very important if you find yourself in the position of not understanding whether or not the employee is requesting an accommodation, you really need to work with the employee to understand if an accommodation is necessary in the workplace. Now, here we're in the 8th Circuit. 8th Circuit Court of Appeals governs obviously many of the cases in our region. When we look at the 8th Circuit's position with respect to reasonable accommodations, we see the 8th Circuit saying that essentially the employee has to provide the employer with enough information that, quote, it can be fairly said to know that that employee needs an accommodation due to a disability. So we have a few different things at play here when we're thinking about how much information is necessary for the employer to have to understand the need for an accommodation. We do know through a variety of lawsuits that the employee does have to provide sufficient information to the employer. And I'll refer to a case from 2016 where the court essentially said that an employee's fleeting reference to, quote, the employee's ADA deal was not enough to put the employer on notice of the need for an accommodation. So we see cases out there developing where there's really an in-depth discussion about how much information was the employer given. Did the employer have enough information to understand an employee needed an accommodation because of a disability? Now, anytime we're thinking about Title I of the ADA and employees who have disabilities and need accommodations, we always encourage our clients to ensure they are engaging in the interactive process. And I should correct that, not just encourage, but make sure they understand they are obligated to engage in that interactive process. It's important not just because in some scenarios it protects employers from damages and lawsuits, but because it ultimately affords employees to their rights under Title I of the ADA to engage in that interactive process. So we know it's very important for employers to sit down and engage in an interactive process with employees. What does that mean to engage in an interactive process? It's really just opening the lines of communication between the employer and the employee who has a disability to get more information about what it is the employee needs from that employer to be able to perform their job. Now, anytime employers receive reasonable accommodation requests, they're looking at 3 primary factors as they analyze reasonable accommodation requests. Number 1, does the person making a request have a disability? Number 2, are we seeking verifying information to establish that this person has a disability? And number 3, assuming the person has a disability and the need for an accommodation, is their request also reasonable? I want to talk just briefly about these 3 requirements before we move into talking about cases. Number 1, does the person have a disability? I'll share with you that the definition of disability under the ADA is it's very important to understand, covers not just physical impairments. I think that there can be a common misconception that only physical impairments are covered by the ADA, and that's simply incorrect. The ADA also protects individuals who have substantially limiting mental impairments. So when we're thinking about whether or not someone has a disability, we're looking at, does this person have a substantially limiting physical or mental impairment that limits them in their major life activities as compared to the rest of the population? We do know from case law that the threshold for establishing a disability under the ADA is relatively low. So as we think about, does somebody have a disability, we're generally not going to focus too much on this area when we're looking at granting a reasonable accommodation request. It looks like I'm getting maybe some questions in the chat bar. Someone asking, does the interactive process have to include both HR and the employee's supervisor, or is it only HR's involvement without the supervisor's involvement permitted? That's a great question. Obviously, anytime we're dealing with requests for accommodations due to somebody's disability, we're really wanting to limit the number of people that have access to that information. Now, if the supervisor is going to be directly impacted by an employee's accommodation request and needs to be made aware of what's going on, supervisors can be included in those discussions. But generally speaking, if there's not going to be that impact on the work operations, and it's something that can be handled just through human resources, I would make the recommendation that the discussion on accommodations and someone's disability status be limited to HR. So it's going to depend a little bit on the facts of the particular scenario, and it obviously can change from case to case. Great question. So thank you for sending that in. Another item to keep in mind is that someone who's requesting an accommodation also has to be a qualified individual with a disability. What does it mean for someone to be a qualified person with a disability? It means that that individual is able to perform the essential functions of their job with or without a reasonable accommodation. So if you're really sitting down and looking at someone's job description, or you're talking with an employer, you're wanting to look at what are the functions of this job that are critical to this position. Is the individual with the disability able to perform those functions either with an accommodation or without? Now, really want to emphasize here that if an individual can perform those essential functions with an accommodation, they are qualified. So often we see cases where employers might say, I need you to come back to work, and I need you to come back without any restrictions, without any accommodations required. And that's simply not compliant here with the ADA. So we will oftentimes have scenarios where employees perhaps are out for disability-based reasons, come back to work, and they still need an accommodation in the workplace to be able to perform their job. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. They can still be a qualified person with a disability so long as they're able to perform the essential functions of their job. Now, going back to those basics again, we're looking at, does this person have a disability? If they do, perhaps we need to verify that that disability exists. If we're in a scenario where we're dealing with a non-obvious disability, and we're going to talk about those later on in the session, we're dealing with a non-obvious disability where perhaps it's not clear to us that this person has a disability and needs an accommodation. That's the scenario where we're most often going to be asking for information from a medical provider to verify that, yes, this person needs an accommodation because of a disability. So what's really important here is when we're dealing with a verifier, we're looking for someone who is in a position to know that yes, this person has a disability, and yes, they need this particular thing that they're asking for and able to be able to perform their job. I'll give an example here. Let's say we have someone who states that they need an accommodation related to post-traumatic stress disorder, and they give you verifying information from a podiatrist. Well, that individual might very well be their podiatrist, but they're probably not in a position to know about this person's post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're really looking for someone who's in a position to help employers understand, yes, this person has the disability they're citing to, and yes, they need this particular accommodation. Now, before we get into cases, I'll talk briefly about some basics surrounding the reasonableness of accommodation requests. This is a very fact-intensive question, but if we have an individual who has a disability and who needs an accommodation because of that disability, employers are still able to consider whether or not the particular accommodation that's requested is reasonable. Now, there are a few things from case law that we know are not reasonable accommodations. And I have some of those examples listed out for you here. An employee who requests that the essential functions of their job be assigned to somebody else in the organization. Again, to be a qualified individual, the individual has to be able to perform their essential functions of their job with or without an accommodation. So employers are not going to reassign those essential functions. We also know from case law that employers are not required to lower production or performance standards as accommodations. And another issue we'll talk about momentarily is that it is not reasonable for employers to grant unlimited leave or indefinite leave due to an individual's disability. Another factor that we consider in analyzing reasonableness is the accommodation that's been requested going to pose a direct threat to the company? Now, what we're looking at is really, again, fact intensive, a balancing test, not black and white, looking to what kind of risk is going on here, what's the nature and the severity of potential harm, the likelihood that harm will occur, a lot of factors that play into this. What's really important to understand about the interactive process, again, that employers are obligated to engage in that interactive process with employees. And from a compliance perspective, it's very important to understand that employers should not simply say no to an accommodation request without evaluating that request in good faith, without engaging in that interactive process, and if necessary, proposing other equally effective accommodations for an individual with a disability. So that gives quite a bit of background on Title I of the ADA. I want to spend our next section talking about some specific cases that relate to Title I of the ADA, many of these relating to accommodation requests and some of the hot topics that we're seeing in the ADA now. Again, I really like to spend time talking about cases because I think that they best help to illustrate for us the status of the law. And as many of you might have guessed, if you had to place bets on topics, hot topics and accommodations right now, you might have guessed that remote work would come up, given the last year and a half and our experience with remote work. So I want to start off talking about remote work as an accommodation. Now, this first case that I've highlighted for you is the Belinsky versus American Airlines case. Now, in this particular case, we had an employee who suffered from multiple sclerosis and who was told she could no longer work remotely, and that American Airlines was engaging in this merger that was going to require this employee who had previously worked remotely to now have in-person attendance to engage with her team members for certain parts of her job, again, that would be reconfigured due to this merger that American Airlines was going through. Now, for several years, we saw in ADA case law, there was a general consensus that regular attendance on-site, physical on-site attendance at the workplace was an essential function of the job. But what we saw in this case really was a discussion of what does that look like for us going forward with our current technological capabilities. The fact that we can all have this session over Zoom, or that we're able to do a lot of the functions of our job over Zoom or Microsoft Teams has changed things quite a bit. Now, in this particular case, the court found that the employee's job did require in-person attendance due to certain features of her job, but it was very clear to highlight here that that's not going to be the case everywhere. It really issued this warning for litigants, for employers, for attorneys, that it's really important to consider going forward what maybe was not reasonable 15 years ago is reasonable now under our current technological capabilities. That means we could see a trend for work from home requests as a reasonable accommodation going forward, depending on the facts and circumstances of a particular employee-employer setup, the requirements for a job. A request to work remotely might be a reasonable accommodation request, so long as the employee can perform the essential functions of their job. So that's going to look very different for someone who works as a truck driver versus someone who works as an engineer. We can see how some jobs might better lend themselves toward remote work as an accommodation. So definitely something that we anticipate seeing more regularly going forward. Now, I briefly mentioned a few slides ago, one of the common missteps that we see in the compliance arena is that sometimes, and cases highlight this, employers will say, hey, employee, I need you to come back to work. I understand you've been on leave for disability related reasons, but I need you to come back, and I need you to come back without restrictions. This is a really common misstep that we see. We can have restrictions that require accommodations. And again, so long as an employee is able to perform the essential functions of their job, that should be permissible. So let's take a look at one of the cases here where this issue popped up. This is in the Horizon case. And in this particular case, we had an employee who was entitled to medical leave, separate from family medical leave, a 30-day medical leave, as well as medical leave under the FMLA. Now, what happened here is the employee obviously took that leave, but exhausted the leave that was available to the employee. And then the company said, you're out of leave. We need you to come back to work, but you have to be 100% healed. So this is obviously, problematic fact pattern here from a compliance perspective. The EEOC was involved in this particular case, and as we've already discussed today, indicated many employers have these types of problematic policies. And what we ultimately saw here was a public consent decree between the parties. Under that consent decree, about $950,000 were paid to 23 individuals who were allegedly impacted by this policy at the company. Now, on the flip side of that, we've had some courts be very careful to say that just because an individual has workplace restrictions does not mean that that individual has a disability as defined by the ADA. It's really important to understand from a compliance perspective that those two things are not necessarily synonymous. Now, oftentimes we do see individuals who have disabilities, who need restrictions because of those disabilities, but not every individual who has a restriction has a disability under the ADA. So that's just something that was highlighted here by this Booth versus Nissan case, just from 2020. So very recent case here that analyzed that very issue. Now, another hot topic within the area of employment-based accommodations relates to requests for extended leave as an accommodation. Now, I think many people listening into this session today understand that employees can be granted leave as an accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act. The ADA permits the use of both accrued paid leave as well as unpaid leave as a form of accommodation. When might this pop up? It might come up if an individual is undergoing medical treatment related to a disability. It might come up if they are recuperating from some sort of disability-related illness or episodic manifestation of their disability. So we know that disability-based leave is an accommodation, just as much as accommodations within the workplace itself are accommodations under the ADA. Some important facts to keep in mind: to be ADA leave, it does not have to be paid leave beyond what is provided to other employees without a disability. And along with that, employers know from case law that they can require an employee to exhaust that paid accrued leave as they're using disability-based leave. Now, the EEOC, again, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, has given quite a bit of guidance around this issue of employer-provided leave and the ADA and what that looks like. If you're interested in this topic, I really encourage you to look up this guidance. It's super helpful to understanding this issue and all the ins and outs of the issue. The EEOC talks about a couple of problematic issues compliance-wise that often come up for employers. Number one, employers having maximum leave policies that do not allow employees leave under the ADA. So we know from the EEOC's guidance and from case law that maximum leave policies that prohibit ADA-based leave are very problematic. We also see an issue pop up all the time where compliance-wise, where FMLA leave expires, leave under the Family Medical Leave Act. And an organization might assume at that point, the employee is not entitled to any additional leave. And that's simply not true. There are a number of scenarios where FMLA leave might expire. So 12 weeks of FMLA leave, let's say, and where an individual can then request additional leave under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, so long as that request for additional leave is reasonable, it's generally speaking going to be granted. There are a couple of cases that talk about what makes a request for leave reasonable versus unreasonable. I'm not going to go through these in detail for purposes of our discussion today. But generally what these cases talk about are the distinctions between indefinite leave and long-term leave and what types of leave requests are reasonable under the ADA. We know, generally speaking, from these cases and from other cases, that any request for leave as an accommodation is not reasonable if it is for an indefinite period of time. So if there is no end date or suggestion as to potential end date on that request for leave, it's likely going to be viewed as indefinite and not as a reasonable request. Now, that doesn't mean that an employee is prohibited from taking long-term leave for a disability. If it's reasonable for the organization, long-term leave requests can and should be granted. There's no black and white cutoff of what makes a request for leave too long. We've seen some cases talking about this issue, referring to once a request for a definite period of leave exceeds 6 months, that's when it gets a little bit questionable as to whether or not it's per se unreasonable. But again, from a compliance perspective, I would tell every single employer to make sure they're not using a 6-month cutoff as sort of a maximum leave policy. Everything is going to be on a case-by-case basis of whether what the employee has requested is reasonable for the organization. Now, another hot topic that we've seen quite a bit in the last few years are accommodation requests related to what we'll refer to as invisible disabilities. These are often much more difficult to navigate from a compliance perspective. We know that the ADA requires employers to accommodate individuals with disabilities if the employer knows or reasonably should know that the employee has a disability. So let's think about what that means for some of these mental impairments that we frequently encounter in the compliance space. Some of these are not necessarily things that the employer will know about right off the bat. Now, they're depending on the facts of the scenario, maybe the employer should have known that an individual had one of these disabilities, but oftentimes it's going to require a more intense discussion in that interactive process, verification, obviously, from a third-party verifier. And, you know, it's something I will say from a compliance perspective that's a little bit harder for people to wrap their arms around when we're talking about invisible disabilities versus maybe physical disabilities that people are more familiar with. Let's take a look at a case here from the 8th Circuit. So our Court of Appeals obviously handling this case here. In this Garrison case, we had an employee who said, I need to take a leave of absence. I'm experiencing anxiety, migraines, and depression. The employee shared this information with the supervisor and said, you know, I need more information on what a leave of absence would look like. Now, instead of really working with this employee to get to the bottom of the situation, the supervisor instructed the employee, why don't you read the employee handbook? So obviously this supervisor here, you know, a lot of the facts in this scenario demonstrate there was a lack of good faith on the supervisor's side in trying to engage in the interactive process with the employee. Now, what was really a bad fact for this supervisor, the supervisor said, look, this employee wasn't even entitled to FMLA leave. Had the employee been entitled to FMLA leave, I would have worked a lot harder to protect this individual's job and to help her get a leave of absence. So it's pretty clear here that this particular supervisor did not understand the obligations to provide disability-based leave under the ADA, and particularly struggled with the quote unquote invisible disability, dealing with anxiety, migraines, and depression. So clearly here, the 8th Circuit said this employee did do enough to put the supervisor on notice that the employee needed an accommodation. And obviously when the employer moved for summary judgment in this case, that request was denied. Another case here related to invisible disabilities, this having really an alternate outcome here. This is a case out of the 10th Circuit from 2016. Here, the employee told the employer that she was a bit slow. She said she was demoted because she had a mental disability that made her a bit slow. Now here the employee said, all of my coworkers knew that I had a disability. It was obvious to all of them. And the court really focused here on the fact that while the ADA does require employers to grant accommodations when they should have known about disabilities, it does not require employers to be psychic or clairvoyant. So the employee has to provide more information than simply saying, you know, sometimes I'm a bit slow. So here, really the focus was on a mental disability cited to by this employee, with the court saying mental disabilities often are not open and obvious to employers, and there really needs to be more information provided by the employee in this particular type of scenario. Now I'll switch gears a little bit and talk about accommodations in the workplace related to violations of workplace policy. Just quickly talking about this Fifth Circuit case from 2020. Now, this was an interesting case because the employer here on multiple occasions found an employee sleeping on the job, sleeping in the employee's office. And the employer terminated this employee for violating what was called the company alertness policy. Now, that alertness policy said that if an employee is sleeping on the job or giving an appearance of sleeping, that was an immediately terminable offense. So obviously, the employer acted on these particular facts here to terminate this individual employee. Here, the Fifth Circuit said the employee was not a qualified individual under the ADA because the employee handbook made it clear that the employee was required to abide by this alertness policy. And at no point did this employee, whose disability he claimed led him to fall asleep, at no point did he put the employer on notice of any sort of need for an accommodation related to his disability. So the court said, hey, employee, you failed to point to any requests that you made for an accommodation. You never indicated you needed an accommodation because your disability caused you to lose consciousness in any way. So an interesting case as it kind of ties into workplace policies and violations of those policies and how that can play out in a lawsuit. So again, we covered a lot of ground related to Title I of the ADA. I want to spend just a little bit of time talking specifically about Title III of the ADA. This is something that we've gotten quite a few questions on in really the last couple of years here. As we think about Title III of the ADA, remember that Title III relates to public accommodations. And what are the obligations that places of public accommodation have to members of the public? What's a place of public accommodation? Let's start there, big picture. That's going to vary a little bit under federal law, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, versus under state law and under Nebraska state statutes. But generally speaking, it's a very broad term, a place of public accommodation, an entity that serves members of the public. So here, we're not talking about an employer's obligations to an employee. We're talking about a place of public accommodation and its obligations to members of the public, in particular, members of the public who have disabilities. Now, there are a lot of ways that Title III claims and lawsuits play out. It's really important to understand that there are a variety of physical places of public accommodation like grocery stores, restaurants, gas stations, hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. All of these potentially places of public accommodation have obligations to not discriminate against individuals with disabilities. Now, what we're seeing in the realm of Title III is more of a focus on website accessibility. Now, you might be asking yourself, how is website accessibility part of Title III of the ADA? And if you're asking yourself that, you might be on the same page as a few of our circuit courts that have raised that very question. I've given an example here of one of the circuit courts of appeal that has addressed issues related to Title III of the ADA. In this particular case, the plaintiff, Robles, said that the website for Domino's Pizza was not accessible because it was not compatible with his screen reading software. And the plaintiff said, Domino's Pizza's website is a place of public accommodation for me. Its website should be accessible so that I, as an individual with a visual impairment, am able to use this website just like any other customer. Now, what we saw in this case was Robles asking that Domino's Pizza have to meet voluntary website accessibility standards, and those are the WCAG 2.0 standards for website accessibility. Now, what's really interesting about that is for a long period of time, many places of public accommodation were expecting that the US Department of Justice would issue regulations adopting the WCAG standards as the standards that all websites had to meet to be accessible. But the Department of Justice never officially adopted those standards in regulation form. They generally rely on those regulations as guidance for what can make a website accessible, but it's not a black and white regulation that websites are required to follow. So obviously in this particular case, Domino's argued, those aren't regulations that have been issued. We're not required to follow them. And the Ninth Circuit said, just because they are not black and white regulations doesn't mean you should have been working to make your website as accessible as possible and potentially following those standards. So this case, we saw a court finding in favor of the plaintiff. But what we're seeing throughout the country is really a circuit split on this issue, with a lot of circuits saying websites are not necessarily places of public accommodation, are not necessarily required to meet certain accessibility standards, and other circuits sharing the view of the Ninth Circuit. So we're really expecting to see this boil up and become an even bigger or even hotter topic in the next few years, potentially with some more guidance on what this looks like, maybe from the Supreme Court. So to close out some of our specific topics or hot topics I want to discuss, I want to spend a while talking about service and assistance animals and the Americans with Disabilities Act. This is a really, really interesting topic, and I think something that whether or not you practice in this space or whether or not you have personal experience with a service animal or assistance animal, something that everyone is really curious about, wants to know more about, and it's an area that is often misunderstood. So I think it's a really important topic to cover in our ADA update, especially as we continue to see increased legal issues related to animals in the ADA. So again, just as a quick reminder, the titles of the ADA that we had pulled up at the beginning of our session, I'm going to be talking specifically about service animals as they relate to Title III of the ADA. I won't focus on Title II much, but service animals under Title III. And then I'll also talk about emotional support animals under Title I of the ADA. So we're looking at what are obligations that employers have to allow animals as an accommodation versus what are the obligations that places of public accommodation have to allow animals in when those animals are necessary for a disability. So let's start off by talking about the definition of service animal under the Americans with Disabilities Act. You might hear people throwing around the term service animal all the time. It does have a specific definition, and many people use this definition incorrectly. I'll start this with the caveat that there is an exception here for miniature horses, but generally speaking, a service animal has to be a dog that is individually trained to do work or perform tasks for a person with a disability. And again, this definition only applies to Title II and Title III of the ADA, government entities and places of public accommodation. Has to be a dog, and it has to be individually trained here. Now, when we're dealing with a service animal, we're looking at, does the person have a disability? And what work or task is this dog performing related to their disability? What we see most often, and what I think are the most common examples of a service animal are, let's say, a guide dog that is trained to guide individuals who have a visual impairment. So that dog is obviously trained to guide someone. That's a specific task that guide dog is trained to do related to the person's visual impairment, related to their disability. We see some other examples here. Perhaps a dog is trained to perform the task of pulling a wheelchair for someone who is a paraplegic. Perhaps the dog is trained to assist someone who is having a seizure and needs the dog to retrieve medication. So there are a lot of ways that this can play out. But ultimately, the most critical pieces of information are that this is a dog, and that it is trained, and that the task that dog is performing is directly related to the person's disability. Now, what if someone says, I have a service animal, but that animal is not actually trained to do a specific work or task? What if it's a general emotional support animal, or a general therapy animal, or general comfort animal? We know that those types of animals are not service animals under Title II and Title III of the ADA. Even if it is a dog, if it's not trained to perform a specific work or task, it's not a service animal under Title II and Title III of the ADA. And that means that places of public accommodation are not legally obligated to allow that animal into their space. So how does this play out in the real world? We know that as a place of public accommodation, if an individual comes and requests, can I bring my service animal into your business? The business can only ask two questions. Number one, is this animal a service animal that's necessary for this person's disability? And number two, what work or task has this animal been trained to perform? They can't ask any follow-up questions related to the individual's disability. They can't ask for health records. They can't require that the person with the disability provide some sort of graduation certificate to show that the dog is trained. So there are a lot of different things here that a public accommodation cannot ask for. So we know it's a very limited scope of what public accommodations can ask for. If somebody comes to a restaurant, a theater, a hospital and asks, can I bring my dog in? They can really only ask those two questions. Now, how we approach requests for animals, again, is going to depend on what area of the ADA we're looking at. We talked about Title II and Title III and service animals being required under Title II and Title III. On the other side of the spectrum, we have Title I, which governs the relationship between employers and employees. And Title I does not in any way limit employment accommodations to service animals. So there might be animals in the workplace that are true service animals, but there might be those simple therapy companion skill sets that animals have, and those types of animals might be allowed as an accommodation in the workplace. Now, when employers are dealing with requests for animal in the workplace, it's very important that those requests are treated just like any other reasonable accommodation request. What is an accommodation request? It's that entire process we walked through at the beginning of our session today. When we're thinking about employers evaluating requests for animals, we see that a number of employers adopt a no animal policy and provide a justification for that policy. But even assuming that a workplace has a no animal policy, if an employee needs an animal as an accommodation, they can request an exception to that policy. And assuming that an animal's presence is reasonable in that workplace, the employer is likely going to have to grant that particular request. Got a question here that asks, how might a request to bring in an animal play out in the workplace if a coworker is allergic? Great question. That's something that we see quite often come up. I will tell you that generally speaking, there has been no black and white guidance from any particular law or any agency on here's exactly what to do in that scenario. But generally speaking, the recommendation is that if you have other employees who are potentially allergic to an animal in the workplace, you have to work to make sure you're accommodating that employee at the same time as being cognizant of other individuals' allergies. Generally speaking, pet dander allergies are not going to be a reason to deny a request for an animal that's necessary for a disability. Now, I will say that that might play out a little bit differently if we have an individual who requests an animal as an accommodation, and there's somebody in the workplace who has a life-threatening respiratory issue of some kind that if they're exposed to, pet dander could cause, again, life-threatening issues. That's different than how we would view your day-to-day pet dander allergies. So if you have other employees who have allergies, you really have to work with the employee making the request so that they understand to be respectful of those other employees in the workplace as well. I think when employers get requests for animals in the workplace, this is a relatively new area for employers in the compliance space. And so sometimes you might see employers say, this is ridiculous. There's no way we're going to allow an animal in the workplace. And it's really important that employers understand they have to work through that interactive process. They can't jump to conclusions just because it's an animal. So here I have the phrase, you can't be serious. I highly discourage that type of discussion or that type of behavior from employers in the workplace. Just like you would any other accommodation request, make sure you're walking through the accommodation steps. If you're in a position, so you have to deal with accommodations in the workplace to analyze those accommodation requests, make sure you're going through the step-by-step process that you would for any other type of accommodation requests. We get a lot of questions related to online certifications for animals. Is it enough if an employee brings a print off from the internet that says this person has a disability and this animal provides them with services? Generally, a simple print off online certification without enough information to understand the relationship between the verifier and the person requesting the animal, generally speaking, that's not going to be enough. You really want to have a reliable third party providing that information to you, and those online print off services are not really going to meet those requirements under the ADA. Now, that's not to say that healthcare providers can't provide legitimate remote healthcare services over the internet. I think if there's among the many things we've learned in the last year and a half is that healthcare providers can work remotely. So if somebody does provide documentation from a healthcare provider that works remotely, then, and there's evidence that there's that relationship there, then that is going to, generally speaking, be enough. Somebody has asked, certification of a service animal is not required, correct? And when you say certification, I think you mean probably verification of that service animal. I would say if it is a true service animal, if it's a dog that's performing some sort of work or task for the person with a disability, and it's obvious to us, we're really not going to ask follow-up questions. We're not going to ask for verification if the need for that animal is obvious. Now, if someone comes to an employer and says, this is my service dog and he provides therapy, we know that that's not a true service animal under the ADA. And so we can ask more questions there and go through this verification process with respect to that animal in that particular scenario. If somebody, just like any other accommodation request, if somebody needs an animal due to a disability, we are going to then evaluate whether or not the animal's request or the animal's presence is reasonable. We look at, is the animal, let's say, helping the employee to perform the essential functions of their job or the functions of their job, generally speaking? Is the animal going to in any way unreasonably interfere with the workplace? There are no black and white answers here. And every request that deals with an animal in the workplace or any type of accommodation request is really analyzed on a case-by-case basis. So there are a lot of different factors that will play into whether or not an animal's presence in the workplace is reasonable. There are some things that we know are not reasonable. If an animal is demonstrating dangerous behavior, or isn't housebroken, or there's something unique about that workplace that does not allow an animal to be present. Again, all very fact specific, but there will always be a balancing act between the workplace and the accommodation in every scenario that we're dealing with. When employers are allowing animals into their workspace as accommodations, we talk about the allergy issues, as we've already discussed. We also emphasize that employees are required to maintain custody and control over their animals. That means making sure that the animal isn't running around the workspace, isn't urinating or defecating in the workspace. And just like any other accommodation request, remember, we limit the information that we provide to other employees or to customers at the organization. Anything related to disability status or the ADA, we really need to ensure that that information is kept as confidential as possible. As far as any other emerging trends, I know we've covered a lot of ground today. I cannot end this presentation without just briefly mentioning that marijuana as an accommodation is a huge hot topic right now, and obviously big developing area that everyone is watching nationally. So that's going to be a really interesting issue to see how that plays out. And what we're seeing is state by state, that different states are saying marijuana should be allowed as an accommodation versus marijuana should not be allowed as an accommodation. As we've talked about today, the ADA is obviously federal law. We know that marijuana remains unlawful under federal law. So as organizations, businesses, employers navigate issues related to medical marijuana as an accommodation in the workplace, a lot of that is going to focus in on what is currently required by state law where that entity is located. So again, a just really interesting topic that I could not mention today, but it looks like I am right on our time. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to talk with you further about this topic. Again, I really appreciate everyone sitting in on this today. It's a very important topic, and I'm glad that you are hosting this event as a whole.
Thank you again, Sara. This was a wonderful presentation, as you can tell by all the questions that we did get throughout the presentation. So if anybody does have another question that they would like to ask Sara, we do have a few minutes. Otherwise, you guys can feel free to take a break, and we will be back at 3:30 for our last presentation of this event. All right, thank you guys for joining us, coming back today. This is our last session of our event for diversity and inclusion. We're very excited about it. We had originally planned a panel during this session, but once we discovered Disability Rights Nebraska in our research, we and all the work that they do in this area, we knew that it needed to be an entire session on its own. And so Dianne is here. She's a senior staff attorney at DRNE, and she's going to be discussing all the advocacy work that they do. So welcome, Dianne, and I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you so much, Amber, and thank you for the invitation to speak with the group today, and thanks for sticking around. I just want to check on the sound. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming across perfect.
Okay, great. Sometimes I'm a little soft-spoken. Like I said, thank you again for the invitation. Always more than happy to talk about the work of Disability Rights Nebraska. A lot of times people have never heard of our organization, and so I'm just really excited to talk with you a little bit about some of the work that we do. I'm going to talk a little bit today, just briefly, about Disability Rights Nebraska and the Protection and Advocacy Network, which we are a part of. We're a very unique organization. We are federally funded and operate 7 different grants, but the most important thing that we do at Disability Rights Nebraska is monitoring and advocating for people with disabilities who are largely unseen. So people who are segregated, isolated, and congregated in places that not many people know about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that we've done in the area of mental illness, severe and persistent mental illness, and the lack of services that exist for people who have a severe and persistent mental illness in Nebraska. Also talk about how that relates to Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the U.S. Supreme Court case Olmstead versus LC. So it's great that we had wonderful presentations about Titles 1 and 3. And so I'm glad I could fill in the second title here with the presentation today. So who are we? We're a private nonprofit organization. We're not associated with the state of Nebraska. Oftentimes it's the state of Nebraska that we're investigating, or the services that are provided by the state, wanting to ensure that not only are they accessible, but that policies enacted by the state don't inadvertently discriminate against people with disabilities. Through our work, we do a lot of different things. I don't have our public policy work up here, but through our staff attorneys and our case advocates, we provide individual advocacy, and that includes one of our most important functions is investigation of abuse and neglect. And we also provide direct legal representation. We give advice on legal rights and remedies, and we also provide information and referral. Part of that information and referral is also going out to places where people with disabilities live and work and talk about their rights, and also ask questions about whether or not they're their situation is sufficient, if their housing, is adequate. And I'll talk a lot more about that in a minute. And I know that Scott did a great job with some of the historical aspects of disability, not only in our country, but our culture. And the whole reason that the protection and advocacy system exists is that previously, in this country, and we're moving away from it, but we tended to isolate, congregate, and segregate people with disabilities. And we would do that in very large institutions. One of those big institutions was in Staten Island, New York, and it was called Willowbrook. And you may be familiar with that. There was egregious overcrowding. There are a lot of different documentaries about Willowbrook, but I encourage you, if you're interested in this topic, to check it out. And so once really the tragedies of Willowbrook were brought to the attention of Congress, there was such alarm and concern that the protection and advocacy system was born. And that started with the protection and advocacy for individuals with developmental disability. And that's really what created the protection and advocacy system. Each state in the US and territories has a P&A, just like ours, and we're governed by a board of directors and an advisory council. I'm going to show just a little bit of a video that talks a little bit more about the protection and advocacy system.
All people deserve basic human rights. That's why Congress created a system of protection and advocacy agencies, also known as PAs. People with disabilities, because in the past, they have not been treated equally. The phrase out of sight, out of mind. It was the means for dealing with a small segment of the population. People with disabilities society walked away with institutions. Isolated at home with absolutely no services and neither education. That's that matters all over the school. Shouts people with developmental and intellectual disabilities. Shock the nation. The doctor had so horrible. 1975, Congress acted. They mandated that every U.S. state and territory has a meaningful protection and advocacy agency. TNAs go by many names, but their mission is the same: to protect and advocate for the rights of people with disabilities. Together, the TNAs form the National Disability Rights Network, taking on issues affecting people with all kinds of disabilities. There are other organizations that the sweeping access authority that TNAs have, including services for people with disabilities are provided. From schools to hospitals to prisons and jails, to monitor conditions and listen to concern, they make sure people with disabilities are treated equally. They never have to face the same kind of mistreatment they saw all over. That's the point of opportunities to take on it. But elected residential services, and they continue to work with the criminal justice system, access to college education and public. For accessible communities and services and assistive technologies and countless other issues. That's the protection and advocacy system. Right here, what's the essential? This is not for organizations to be in.
Okay, so I don't know, there might be a lot of you that are too young, but if you did recognize that voice from the ABC documentary, that was Geraldo Rivera. So before he was invading Al Capone's tomb, or doing other kind of ridiculous TV, he was a serious investigative journalist in New York. And this is really one of the stories that, launched his career. And there's a lot more info online if you want to learn more about Willowbrook and the Willowbrook investigation. So New York wasn't the only place that congregated and isolated people with disabilities. We've got them right here in our own state, a long history of that, just like every other state. So in Beatrice, we have the Beatrice State Developmental Center, and that was enacted in 1885 or constructed, and over the years grew into a much larger facility, housing at one time, I believe, up to 4,000 people. And so what you see with a lot of these state-run institutions for people with disabilities, they're kind of like these huge campuses. So at one time they were self-sustaining, they would have farms and actually some services there. But what really happened at Beatrice was the same thing at Willowbrook. There was some investigative journalism and reports back in the 60s and 70s with BSDC. And so you saw the same type of violations and conditions, very similar, unfortunately. So with respect to individuals with mental illness, the Lincoln Regional Center here in Lincoln, Nebraska, is the state's psychiatric hospital. It too is a pretty large campus, but the census there is quite low at this time. Kind of hovering around 120 people. And at one time that had thousands of individuals as well. So the Hastings Regional Center, that also used to operate as a state psychiatric hospital in Nebraska. It no longer serves that purpose. I believe the last that I heard, there were some alcohol and drug programs for juveniles, on the campus. But the Hastings Regional Center is also one of those very large campuses. Unfortunately, the names of these facilities were pretty awful. Back in 1895, the facility was called the Asylum for the Chronic Insane. Then it was changed to the Nebraska State Hospital. And then finally, the Hastings Regional Center. And the photo that you see here is from the cemetery on the campus of Hastings Regional Center. And many patients who lived there and died were buried in this manner, not even with their name, on the tombstone. They were marked with a number. And that was a very common practice at these large facilities. The Norfolk Regional Center was the third state psychiatric hospital in Nebraska. It no longer serves that purpose. Over the years, things have shut down with the movement of deinstitutionalization. And I'll talk more about that and some of the problems that have occurred during that process. The Norfolk Regional Center now operates at a very small capacity, and it currently serves sex offenders. So what really is common with the history of discrimination in our society are three things. It's really, how did we treat people? We segregated them because they were different. And they're also isolated, oftentimes, tucked away, hidden away in the big institutions, and then they were congregated. And the common theme is that just a complete lack of services or supports. It was just pretty much in existence for many, many people for a very long time. And this was true in all areas: education, employment. So this started to change in the US. And I always want to, talk about and remind people that, disability rights are also civil rights. And that is a civil rights movement that is very interesting and important and helped move things forward. For example, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which came first, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, that prohibited discrimination in schools. And then finally, we've got the Americans with Disabilities Act. And many people don't realize that this law was passed by a bipartisan Congress in 1990. When the ADA was passed, Congress made a number of historical findings. And this included the recognition of the history of institutionalization in the United States. And Congress stated, historically, society has tended to isolate and segregate individuals with disabilities. And despite some improvements, such forms of discrimination against individuals with disabilities continue to be a serious and pervasive social problem. In signing the law, President Bush, this was an achievement that he was very proud of. He said and declared that the ADA takes a sledgehammer to a wall which has for too many generations separated Americans with disabilities from the freedom they could glimpse but not grasp. The last comment that he made before actually signing the law, which you see a picture of right there, was, "Let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down." And so I think about the Americans with Disabilities Act as a law, it's prohibiting discrimination, but it's really trying to correct the isolation and the discrimination that has occurred for so many years. So we saw some presentations today about Title I, which covers employment. Today we're going to talk about Title II, and that title prohibits discrimination in state and local governments. I didn't realize until I really got into this field that, well, there's actually 5 titles to the ADA, but we're only really going to focus on Title II today. So briefly, and I'm sorry if this is repetitive or common knowledge, but I kind of like to go back to the basics, back to the actual language. And Title II says, "No qualified individual with a disability shall by reason of such disability be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of the services, programs, or activities of a public entity, or be subjected to discrimination by any such entity." And this type of discrimination can occur in many different ways. It can be, access to actual physical structures, access to different buildings. So it's barrier removal, but it also has to do with the way a local government or state delivers services and how the policies that they enact and implement can also be discriminatory. So just a little refresher, ADA passed in 1990. DOJ issues the Title II regulations, and then our courts interpret the law and regulations. So the importance of these regulations in interpreting the statute, I really want to focus on what's called the most integrated setting. And this really gets to the historical institutionalization of people with disabilities. So the regulations require public entities to administer services, programs, and activities in the most integrated setting appropriate to the needs of qualified individuals with disabilities. So this preamble discussion of the integration regulation explains that the most integrated setting is one that enables individuals with disabilities to interact with non-disabled persons to the fullest extent possible. So we see this application in many different contexts, applied to schools and education, the delivery of many types of services. But the integration mandate really got some movement and interpretation with the U.S. Supreme Court's decision Olmstead versus LC. And that decision was handed down in 1999. And in this photo here, you see Elaine Wilson and Lois Curtis, and those were the two plaintiffs in this very historic landmark case. So this lawsuit started when Lois and Elaine, they both had a diagnosis of mental health disability, but also intellectual disabilities. And they found themselves going in and out of the state mental health hospitals in Georgia, and just kind of a revolving door. After each stay in the hospital, they would go back home, but because those services and supports didn't exist in the community, they found themselves being sent back to the institution. So Lois and Elaine asked the state of Georgia to help them get treatment in the community so that they would not have to go to live at the state mental hospital off and on. The doctors who treated Lois and Elaine, they agreed that they were capable of living in the community with the appropriate supports. However, they both ended up waiting years in the institution, just waiting for those services to exist. So that case made its way up to the United States Supreme Court. And Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the justice who actually announced this very historic decision. So in that decision, the court said, unjustified segregation or requiring people to receive services in a setting that is isolated or separated from the community was discrimination against persons with disabilities. So states, you've got to figure out a way to deliver services, based on the needs of the individual, but it needs to be moving into an integrated community-based setting. So the really historic piece of Olmstead, many different pieces that I could talk about, but I want to focus on the fact that the Olmstead case interpreted the ADA to extend to persons who are at serious risk of institutionalization or segregation. So you don't have to wait until you're institutionalized or sent to a regional center. If you can show that you are at serious risk, you would have a claim under the ADA. So the court also recognized that, hey, this isn't going to happen overnight. States, you need to do an evaluation of your services. Where are you lacking in community integration for people? What are the policies that that possibly need to be changed so that you are delivering services and supports in the most integrated setting? And so the court said states begin to plan for community integration. It may rely on its Olmstead plan to demonstrate it is working towards this goal. So essentially what the court was saying, look, you will have an affirmative defense, states and local governments, if you have developed an Olmstead plan. And so since the decision in Olmstead, the courts have interpreted, what passes legal muster for an Olmstead plan. But essentially, the state and its Olmstead plan must have concrete goals, timelines, and benchmarks for providing and implementing community-based services. It may not simply contain vague assurances by the state. So following Olmstead, states approached this in many different ways. Some states, their governor issued an executive order creating an Olmstead commission. Other states actually started litigation in this area. But each state kind of handled things differently. And as time went on, we did see some interpretation of what's really going to pass or meet legal muster for an Olmstead plan. So in 2009, the Civil Rights Division launched an aggressive effort to enforce the Supreme Court's decision in Olmstead versus LC. And I'm gonna, I can bring this up. Do you see the ada.gov page?
Nope, you may need to reshare your screen again.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, great. So 2009, President Obama made this a priority, the enforcement of Olmstead and Title II of the ADA. And as you can see, there was a lot of action, a lot of movement in this area. And so you can scroll down and see the different suits that the Department of Justice was involved in. And oftentimes they will work with the state's protection and advocacy organization like ours, or they'll bring a suit, which oftentimes ends in a settlement agreement. But you can see how Olmstead has been extended to different issues and different scenarios. So with Lois and Elaine, they were in a state-run psychiatric hospital. But as you can see, there are different areas that Olmstead has been extended to: nursing facilities, sheltered workshops, and places like Beatrice State Developmental Center. But what I want to focus on is where I think Nebraska is really lacking and in my opinion, violating the Title II of the ADA in Olmstead is some of these cases involve board and care facilities. And here in Nebraska, they're assisted living facilities. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. All right, stop share. Okay. So like I said earlier, a lot of the work that I've been involved with and this agency is the monitoring of conditions where people with disabilities live. And oftentimes people just aren't aware that, these places exist and people are living in this manner. And so for me, this started with the work we've done beginning in North Platte, Nebraska. And there was an assisted living facility called Hotel Pawnee. And this is a picture of an area that was sort of roped off. But this was a place where people with severe and persistent mental illness, this was their home. And this is called community living. So when I talk about assisted living facilities, I'm not talking about grandma and grandpa's, assisted living facility, nice rooms. There is a little known secret in Nebraska that all over the state, from Omaha to Scottsbluff, we have facilities that are actually licensed as assisted living facilities, but it's where people with significant mental illness are funneled to. And so let's say that you're discharged from the Lincoln Regional Center. you'll find yourself possibly getting passed around from one of these facilities to the next. And this really started our organization to be looking at what's going on here. Why are people living like this? This is another picture, a couple pictures from the Hotel Pawnee. If you're familiar with that area in North Platte, this was a former hotel, a really new, nice hotel in 1929. Over the years, it had become a retirement home, and then as the regional centers downsized or closed, more of these assisted living facilities popped up. Here's a picture of a facility in Central City. There's actually 3 of these places in this very small town. A lot of times the buildings will be old nursing homes that don't need code today. This is an old motel on the side of the road. And so when we're out talking to people and out at these facilities, we might see them at one facility, and on another trip they'd be transferred to another location for whatever reason. But what we also see is that people don't do well without supports, without supportive housing, without what they need to be successful tenants, and to maintain tenancy or even employment. This is a facility, it's now closed, but it was in Palmer, Nebraska. That's a very tiny town near Grand Island. If you're familiar with the area, this was just behind the facility. But again, this is an old nursing home that was no longer being used, and it turned into a place where people with mental illness were pretty much forced to live. And you might ask, well, why are they there? Well, sometimes the guardians, their guardians, there's just nowhere else to go. The services don't exist. And these are folks that have pretty significant mental illness and are extremely low income. So how do they pay for these types of places? It's with all of their Social Security income, and also the state of Nebraska provides supplemental payments to these private facilities. This is at the same facility. They added on like an annex to this building, and there was a situation here in 2017 where an Army veteran, we'll call her Kelly, who had a significant mental illness, but also some other health conditions. And she was found dead in her room. Prior to that, this facility had been investigated by the state, just pages and pages of violations. But what we learned was that she was very ill over a holiday weekend, and she was begging to be taken to the emergency room. And other peers, who lived in the same place were also, she's in rough shape, we need to get her to a hospital, call 911. The staff refused to do that, and told her that, well, on Memorial Day, the particular VA office wasn't open, and staff was unwilling to take her to the emergency room. We did a significant amount of work around this death, this investigation. We learned that there was another death 6 months prior involving similar neglectful situations. So we took this to the legislature, and a committee was created to try to provide some recommendations. An investigation was conducted by the committee. We had them out visiting some of these places and the people that lived there. And the committee did find some recommendations, but sadly, a lot of them have not been followed by Health and Human Services. Here's another fun place in Innervale, Nebraska. This is west of Red Cloud, if you're familiar with that area. The street that you see here at the end of this road is where Spring Creek Home is located. It's again an old nursing home. It's broken down. Nothing else really exists in this town, or actually it's an unincorporated village. And the nearest town is miles and miles away. So people are literally trapped here. Just another anecdote here that when we go to visit and talk to people about the living conditions and lack of supports, we find people who've lived here for 10, 15 years and just have nowhere else to go. And it's quite an event if a stranger shows up that they've never, that normally wouldn't be there. And they only get really out to the community on trips, maybe once a month to Walmart or the dollar store. And that was, COVID has really hit people with disabilities who live in congregate settings. And so if their life was small before, it was even smaller. This is another facility in Gothenburg, Nebraska, Parkview Villa. It has since closed, and judging on these pictures, you could probably see why, but it actually wasn't because of the conditions at the facility. It was because there was a death. Someone had had a heart attack, and the residents there had no access to a phone. And finally, someone did have a cell phone and called law enforcement. And we actually had law enforcement contacting us because they were so disturbed by the conditions of this facility. So why am I showing you pictures of these private facilities? It's just Olmstead's been extended to this. So the law and the courts and the Department of Justice, through their regulations, have kind of a Olmstead 2.0 here. So it says state of Nebraska, you're really operating your behavioral health services in a way that tends to isolate and congregate people. How in the world are you going to get anywhere if you are so far away from any job opportunities or the services that you need, or services that don't frankly exist. And this is something that the state has been aware of for a very long time. And this is so we're not dealing with the large institutions of, the 1900s and 1960s, but what's happened is that it's morphed into these mini institutions where people are still living a very small and a neglectful life. It's just on a smaller scale. So in the area of mental illness and services and supports, these states have been through litigation involving this very issue. North Carolina is probably very similar to our state. The Department of Justice and the North Carolina PA, along with other private firms, were involved in litigation that addressed this very problem of these what they call board and care homes in North Carolina. And it's pretty much a mirror image of what's going on in our state. New York, same thing, but on a much larger scale. The New York Times did a story about the lack of housing and services for people in New York. And that really opened people's eyes to the conditions that, people were living in. In Oregon, Olmstead was extended to the state's policies and funding around sheltered workshops. And if you're not aware of what a sheltered workshop is, or if you haven't seen one, it's very disturbing. I found that when I first started my career here at Disability Rights Nebraska 20 years ago, is that typically there are large buildings, people with all different types of disabilities, but usually intellectual disabilities. They are paid a sub-minimum wage, so you might see people with paychecks of 25 cents or $2. And it's really, fake work. It's the organizations or the service providers are using Medicaid dollars, Medicaid waiver dollars to pay for this service. So in Oregon, they filed this class action lawsuit and argued that, look, we've got people here who they want competitive employment, they want real jobs, and they want real benefits. And so what they were able to show is that in the state of Oregon, they were spending a significant amount of funding to support these very congregated, isolated types of programs, and not enough on services and supports that would help people obtain competitive employment. So here in Nebraska, I attended a Health and Human Services seminar, and one of them was sponsored by the Technical Assistance Collaborative, or that was their speaker. And they had been in our state to take a look at community integration and do somewhat of a survey or an analysis of, where are things going well here, what needs to be improved. And they issued a report, and it was very informative about the types of recommendations that the Division of Behavioral Health, that's Nebraska Health and Human Services, should really get a move on. And then, at the end of this, it said, oh, and by the way, you don't have an Olmstead plan, and you don't have one for any group of individuals, any group of individuals with disabilities. So, that was probably not what the state had intended, but the Technical Assistance Collaborative, they're a consulting firm. They are brought in when, states find themselves having to implement settlement agreements and trying to move supports and policies so that there's greater community integration, especially for people who have mental illness. So we did a lot of advocacy around that report, and that pushed them to bring the Technical Assistance Collaborative back in 2016. And the state developed, or the Division of Behavioral Health, issued this report that TAC helped author called Nebraska's Supportive Housing Plan. Well, unfortunately, a lot of these recommendations had to do with, it's not just pouring money in, it's how can you use existing resources and leverage federal grants to really work on strategies. So we're not, putting people with mental illness in these very small towns with access to nothing. So when we're looking at, what should the state be doing? Here are some of the questions that we believe they're not asking, they're not getting the actual numbers, because if you're going to rely on an Olmstead plan defense, you have to show that you've got measurable goals that can be supported by data, not just, here are the programs we're working on and it's going to help people live in the community. So, how many people live in these assisted living facilities with mental illness? Time and time again, we are bringing this up. Why aren't you getting the data? Why aren't you doing the surveys? How much is it costing when people who rely on Medicaid for their health insurance go in and out of the emergency room or the Lincoln Regional Center or the jails? Where's the data so that we can figure out what types of services, what types of programs need to be supported and improved? So one of the types of programs that has achieved a lot of success, it's considered a best practice and supported by many different organizations, including HUD, is something called supportive housing. So what that means is that we're going to help you get housing first. Okay, a lot of people might be homeless or just are in transitional housing. So part of this is that finding housing for people, but also it's not going to be congregated. It's not going to be some apartment building where every single person in there has a disability. And your housing is not going to be tied to your participation in recovery programs. And that does startle people when they first hear that. But what they found is that when people feel secure and stable in their home, they are much more likely to participate in mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment. And along with that is not just the home, but supports. So what we're lacking here in our state is when people transition from the hospitals, the services, the supports are not there. And that might look a little bit different for each person. So it could be, assisting someone in learning how to be a good tenant, how to maintain an apartment, or just do those activities of daily living. Things are sort of backwards the way the state operates now. It's that you have to do those things. You have to prove that you can cook for yourself, or you can maintain your home, you can keep it clean, you can take your own medication. Only until you can do that will you get housing. And so where this has been really effective is in the area of the homeless veterans. And this is the same type of program that's being used, and it's had a lot of great success. Part of that too is, what are people doing during the day? I'll tell you exactly what they're doing if you live in one of these assisted living facilities. You're outside smoking, you're watching TV, or you're not doing anything. And so in Lincoln and Omaha, people are bused to these day programs. Not much else is going on there. So how do we get people integrated? We stop spending money on paying for these congregated type of day services, and we start putting the emphasis on integrated employment. So looks like talked quite a lot there, and I don't know if there are any questions. Here are just a couple pictures. I really like the history of the disability rights movement. This picture is from a protest in San Francisco when they were trying to get the Rehabilitation Act, the regulations for the Rehabilitation Act, which really create, the strong enforcement there, passed. This is Lois Curtis, and she's meeting President Obama. She's an artist, and so she's presenting him with a framed picture of some of her artwork. And these are just some of the pins. I'd mentioned the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and there's just a really rich history about the disability rights movement. I'll open it up for any questions. I will also say that we refer, we receive referrals from all over the state. We cover the entire state, and in order to obtain services from our organization, the issue needs to be related to your disability. So I'll open it up for questions. I know that was a lot of information, so I appreciate your sticking around for the last session of the day.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dianne. We did have one comment about COVID and how it, brought to light a lot of issues. I don't know if you want to comment on that a little bit more.
Sure, yeah. So when COVID first, came onto the scene back in March 2020, and that's really, I think, what it affected many people here in Nebraska. We had to pivot from our in-person monitoring. Typically, we would be out, in person to all of these places across Nebraska. But so we had to change things a little bit. We started doing surveys and phone calls and reaching out to the facilities where we know people with disabilities are living. And some of those beginning issues began with, lack of PPE, not having the information. And so people in congregate facilities really hard hit by this, especially with underlying conditions. We also filed a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights. We received a lot of complaints and concerns about the Test Nebraska program. So you would have to go online to fill out a form for Test Nebraska, and then you'd actually have to drive to a location. And so we, wrote many letters, had many meetings about our concerns about the lack of access for people with disabilities, people that can't sit in cars, to wait for testing. And I think one of the most egregious things that happened early on with COVID is something called crisis standards of care. And so that when the hospital system, this is what was trying to prevent this, becomes overwhelmed, hospitals can kind of enact or go into crisis standards of care. So you're actually literally turning away people. And so some states were coming up with the criteria that if you had Down syndrome, you may not, you might not get the care you need. And we're actually seeing this happen right now in Alaska and Idaho, where they've enacted the crisis standards of care. So, people are trying to get to bigger hospitals, and people are dying because there's not enough staff, available to provide the treatment, and it's not even COVID related. We're actually had issued a report on some of these issues, and we expect to issue another follow-up report regarding COVID and people with disabilities. So those are some of the issues with respect to COVID.
We did have a question here. If your agency cannot help someone, do you refer people to other agencies, and how does that work?
Yeah, so we get calls all the time from people who would like our services, but we do have kind of a narrow criteria of the issues we work on. But we spend a lot of time making sure that if we can't handle the issue, that the referral that we make is a good one, and that it doesn't send someone to another agency that can't help them. So we do spend a lot of time making sure that referrals are potent and that they're helpful. So, people can call our organization. There's our contact information. We get calls from families, from service providers, anyone can make a report, and the unique authority of the Protection and Advocacy Agency that we have is that if we receive a report of abuse and neglect, we determine whether or not there's probable cause for investigation. And a lot of times we instigate that immediately, especially if there's a death in a facility or a service. We have the authority to go in immediately to conduct an investigation.
And then I think one final question is, what kind of policy work or work do you do to change policy, and how are you affecting that?
Yeah, so it's not all about litigation. I agree that, litigation is expensive. It takes a long time. And so we've worked a lot with the legislature on bringing forward these issues. We worked with Senator Campbell before she left, and actually were able to get a bill passed that essentially forced Health and Human Services to form a committee to develop an Olmstead plan. And that has been developed. We just believe that it's nowhere near where it needs to be to actually help people, especially people with mental illness. So a lot of policy work is done, a lot of work with other organizations all across Nebraska, and also talking to people with disabilities where they live and work, and talking to them about their rights and what would you like to do? And sometimes people, they just don't have any context or reference. Well, I'd like to, have my own apartment or have a job. Some people are so neglected that they can't even, imagine that in their life. So, we really approach this on many different fronts.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your presentation today. We're getting some great feedback that it was very useful, valuable information, great resources that you provided. So we're super excited that you were able to join us and fit into our schedule. So thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I want to thank everyone who attended today. It's been a very eye-opening session, several for me, just because, like our keynote said, that a lot of these, you don't think about them until you're exposed to kind of those issues or stuff like that. So very happy that we were able to provide this for you today. As I mentioned earlier, this event is approved for 4 hours of CLE. Dave Summers will be handling that for the attorneys. NePA will reach out to our paralegals. And when we, again, absolutely couldn't host this event, especially, the quality of this without all of our generous sponsors. So thank you again for your support this year. We are planning to be in person next year, fingers crossed, in June of 2022. So we hope that you are able to join us for that. And finally, I want to thank Dave Summers and the OBA for co-hosting with us again this year, for recording the event today. It will be available on the OBA website after the event for those who weren't able to attend today. And we do plan to send out the slide decks for those of you that had that question. So you should be receiving those within the week. Dave, did I miss anything? What did I leave out? Nope, we got it. Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and hopefully we'll see you next June.